Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. What? Oh, well, the other day I popped up. That was fun. I'm going to do different entrances, I think. The pop-up was fun, though. Welcome, everyone, to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m., and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And if you would now all stand for a moment of silent reflection, please.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Deputy Clerk Kelly, would you do roll call?
It is my honor, Warden. Thank you very much. Good morning. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Here.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Emo. Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hodnott.
Present.
Councillor Yan.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Warden Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Proctor. Councillor Service.
Here. Here.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Councillor, so demure over there.
Gary's here twice.
That's right. Councillor Schulist.
UTMG so.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir. Here. Warden, you have quorum.
Thank you, sir. At this time, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. I have a resolution that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of January 28th, 2026 be adopted, knowing that if there are any errors or omissions, again, we have to go back into closed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. Are there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? And I have a resolution that the minutes of the special County Council meeting of January 29th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. Are there any errors or omissions? Again. Seeing none. All in favor? Thank you. I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of February 11th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Are there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, Council. And finally, I have a resolution that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of February 11th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from McNabb-Rayside. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, Council. Good morning, members of Council, staff, and those joining us today. I'd like to begin by sharing a few recent engagements that highlight the important connections between our local municipalities, the province, and broader policy discussions impacting our communities. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to attend the Empire Club of Canada event in Toronto, where the Honourable Rob Flack spoke on the topic of protecting the dream of home ownership. It was particularly noteworthy to see former Premier David Peterson introduce the minister, which added meaningful historical perspective to the discussion. This event was attended at the invitation of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and it provided valuable insight into current provincial thinking around housing affordability and supply issues that continue to be of direct relevance to municipalities across Eastern Ontario, including here in Renfrew County. And interestingly enough, the election that former Premier Peterson was elected in 1987 was my very first time to vote, and I got to share that with him. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge a significant achievement within our region. As Council is aware, at the Roma Conference in January 2026, the Township of Whitewater was presented with the Ontario Age-Friendly Community Recognition. This designation reflects a great deal of dedicated work focused on creating inclusive, supportive, and accessible communities for residents of all ages. To mark this achievement locally, MPP Billy Deneau presented an official certificate to Whitewater Region's Council staff and the many community partners who contributed to this initiative. This recognition is an excellent example of what can be accomplished through strong collaboration between municipal leadership, staff, volunteers, and community organizations, and I extend congratulations to everyone involved. Congratulations also to our friend Gerald Tracy on the sale of the Eganville Leader. For more than 120 years, the Leader has been a trusted voice for communities across the Ottawa Valley, recording our stories, celebrating our successes, and connecting our region. We are very pleased that this important tradition will continue. We wish the new owners, Mr. Ray Stanton and Mr. John Houston, every success, and we look forward to working with you and your staff in the years ahead. AMO has now opened registration for its 2026 annual conference this August. I encourage council members to consider attending, as the conference offers valuable sessions, provincial engagement opportunities, and practical insights that support our work at the municipal level. And today, as everybody can see, it's Pink Shirt Day, known commonly as Anti-Bullying Day. This is an annual event that promotes kindness, inclusion, and standing up against bullying and harassment. Thank you to those members of council and staff that are showing your pink in support of this important message. On the heels of these comments, it is equally important to acknowledge that we continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation, to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you, and I look forward to the business of today's meeting. So at this time, we have no delegations. Correspondence.
All correspondence has been sent to the appropriate committee to be dealt with.
Thank you. And now I'll turn this over to Chair Donahue with the one item in the Health Committee report.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we have but one item. We, your Committee of the Whole, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolutions. Item 1, Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement, Schedule E, Form of Compliance Declaration, Resolution Number H-CC-26-02-16, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to execute the annual Schedule E Form of Compliance Declarations as required under the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement for both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. And Madam Chair, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and Council as Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, may I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Vice Chair Mayville. Sorry about this.
Thank you, Chair.
I wasn't aware, but your 3 items, please.
Okie dokie. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew and members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wishes to report and recommend as follows. Bylaw number 1, mechanical electronic signatures. Resolution number FA-CC-26-02-19, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a revised bylaw to provide for mechanically or electronically reproduced signatures to be affixed to checks. And the background is in front of you. Number 2, bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer. Resolution number FA-CC-26-02-20, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve that Gregory Belmore be appointed as Deputy Treasurer for the County of Renfrew, and that a bylaw to appoint a Deputy Treasurer for the County of Renfrew be adopted. And the background is attached. Number 3, employment bylaw number 1, resolution number FA-CC-26-02-21, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid within employment bylaw number 1. Number 1, removal of the following position. A, Director, Corporate Services, Deputy Treasurer from Group 17. 2, altering and reclassification of the following positions. A, Manager of Information Technology to Associate Director of Information Technology, moving from Group 10 to Group 12. B, Manager of Human Resources to Associate Director of People and Cultural, Deputy Treasurer, moving from Group 11 to Group 14. And C, Manager of Finance Treasurer to Associate Director of Finance Treasurer, moving from Group 12 to Group 15. Number 3, creation of the following positions. A, Fleet Maintenance Technician in Group 4, and B, Assistant Environmental Service Supervisor in Group 6. Number 4, housekeeping of the following position. A, Unit Clerk in Group 3, and that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. And your background is attached.
Thank you. We'll go back to item number 1, the signatures. Number 2, the Deputy Treasurer. You have a member from Laurentian Hills.
I believe there's an extra F in that resolution number.
We're all nodding. Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope I said the right F.
There's a lot of duplication today. Gary, the Fs, we don't know. And the employment bylaw. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And now I'll turn this over to CAO Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. So the one item is a consent item. Item 12A, you'll note, is on page 41 of the entirety of the report. This is a consent item coming back to you. If you recall, I mentioned in the correspondence piece last meeting about the Buy Ontario Act had just been released 2 weeks ago, and it was out for public comment, which I believe ends on or around March the 2nd or March 3rd coming up. And I thought it would be worthwhile bringing a bit of a report to you to talk about what the Buy Ontario Act, at least the new regulatory suggestions or proposals, are bringing forward. How it affects, how the province is putting, what the province is putting forward is pushing down what they're hoping to accomplish in the province to local municipalities. So how it affects us is clearly laid out, but it means a little more work for us, more on the public works side, on fleet and construction materials, and will undoubtedly put some work down to the vendors who are contemplating working with the county. That we will now need to include provisions in our procurement policies and our scoring matrix that deals with Canadian content or Ontario content, where it's coming from, and they'll get additional points for that. We'll have to source a little more local through those tenders, through those vendors as well. So it just means a bit of an update to that. Fleet management for anything light duty and below will need to be sourced first and foremost if it's an Ontario-made vehicle, which are very few and far between, but they are there. And then a series of, again, a scoring matrix if you can't find those vehicles. Where it doesn't affect is things like we're contemplating later in committee today, big plow trucks, ambulances, and otherwise are exempt at the current moment because there are very few dealers or, manufacturers in Canada and Ontario. So it is before you as a consent item. Again, feedback is requested by March 2nd. I note through here, we did update our policies about a year ago or some time ago to incorporate what we, at that time, was the Think Renfrew County, the Think Local, Think Regional, and then Think Canadian and provincially. So we do look out quite often for those opportunities that are local, where we can, and where the trade acts allow us to do that. But so this is in keeping with what we are doing already. But again, bring this forward. I, at this point, aren't recommending anything in terms of a comment, but if a member of council wishes to direct us to make comment, we're happy to do so.
Thank you for that. Does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Consistent with when the Think effort was first organized, I'm disappointed that this is protectionism, ultimately, and I recognize why these impulses have been kind of released right across the globe, because probably safe to say the leading country that was driving international trade, global trade, has decided to abandon that position. What this is doing seems like a very comfortable solution, but if it is engendered right across the globe, then everyone is retrenching. And I think it is a mistake actually to be repudiating free trade. I will suggest back in the 80s, I was not in favor of free trade, but I have seen the benefits over the course of my adult life. And I think that this is a step backwards. There is a particular country that has, luckily, just been repudiated by their own courts as to the use of predatory tariffs. But I think that all of the rest of the globe, or certainly the part of the globe that was committed to free trade, continue to do so. And I think that this is repudiating that, though I am not suggesting that we need to issue a comment on this overall legislation. I'm just saying that I think we need to be cognizant of continuing to adhere to a system that was working to the benefit of everyone and not retrench.
Thank you for those comments. Member from McNabb-Braeside, please.
Good morning. While I support the intent of strengthening the Ontario supply chains from a rural perspective, we have a very limited vendor choice. So any framework that comes in, it needs to allow flexibility for the smaller rural areas where it's just not feasible to find a supplier for us. And this framework that's being proposed seems to be very tight, no flexibility whatsoever. I'll stop a hair short of requesting staff submit comments, but I would, in staff's opinion, which I value way more than mine, they're the expertise, would it not be warranted to submit some kind of a comment to say, make sure there's flexibility, because while it may fit the large urban centers, this framework, it doesn't necessarily fit the smaller rural municipalities, and sometimes we have no choice but will require the flexibility. So would it be beneficial, in staff's opinion, to make a comment to that effect?
Through you, Warden. No, thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm actually in a couple of days of meetings with my colleagues from across Eastern Ontario. We'll collaborate on this over the next couple of days and see if we can come up with some consistent language, maybe, and even strengthen that from a regional perspective about that flexibility, because we're all in that same boat. To a couple of comments so far, I entirely agree with Councillor Donohue's statements. If we all were took an insular view, then we wouldn't be able to sell across each border, and all of our businesses, if they only sold in Renfrew County, for instance, they wouldn't get business in Southern Ontario. So it lacks some vision in terms of that. But first and foremost, though, when we purchase items, we are nearly obliged to find the lowest priced item on behalf of the taxpayer, right? We hope and wish that it's a locally sourced vendor, because those vendors obviously pay taxes to our communities, but often those are the balances that we have to find, right? So tenders are one thing. Tenders are apples to apples, right? We pick the lowest tender because you are, again, comparing apples to apples. In an RFP situation where you have different proposals, I would agree that, and we've been in these situations where we've sourced from afar, and the ability for those vendors to service us after we purchase those items is minimal, and then we're stuck with a vendor from afar with no warranty or even follow-up. So, but again, we are ultimately responsible to the taxpayer for finding value and balancing that value along with local procurement.
Where is afar? I will come to you, Whitewater and Greater Madawaska. I just wanted to also respond to Laurie's comments that this almost flies in the face of what we've been trying to do with cross-border, by Canadian. Now it feels almost tighter and more insular, like we're in silos. But I also have a comment about light-duty trucks, but I'll go ahead, member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. Question for staff on the implications of this policy legislation with respect to LAS and AMO's efforts to create those standing opportunities for us to procure items. We recently experienced the procurement of a fire truck, which came from the U.S., and realized, once it was delivered and had discussions with locals, that there are local businesses that are not on the LAS system. And I don't know if that's lack of knowledge of it or if it's too expensive. I don't know what is preventing Ontario businesses, local businesses, from getting on that LAS website. Is it possible to get more information from LAS? I mean, if we want to procure locally, we should be doing everything possible to get these, especially the specialized providers, on LAS's system.
Through Canoe, they are on Canoe's
I think
list.
I think if I can, Warden, I think what the council member is suggesting is local businesses haven't been able to navigate getting into the Canoe list. So municipalities access Canoe. So a company ABC who sells fire trucks in downtown Cobden may not know that there is a Canoe, what would you call it, a pre-qualified list of vendors that they could be on, right? So I think we've done through economic development over the years different how to buy or how to service governmental agencies, and Canoe has been part of that. But we're happy to forward those concerns through economic development and CFTC, who often do these efforts on how to work with government, and we can include that.
Supplementary.
Thank you for translating that. That is exactly what I tried to say. Yes, we want the local businesses on Canoe, and that may take some effort on our part. The second point is I just wanted to raise at the last committee meeting for health, we spoke about ambulances and working with German or European suppliers. Again, another opportunity for us to to create those partnerships where we recognize it's not something we can produce locally, but maybe it can be produced in Europe, and we can find some way for them to bring the vehicle or components here and assemble them here. Love to see that happen in the county of Renfrew, but if it was in Ontario, it's even better. And I just wonder, who's leading that effort, and is that something we need to advocate for?
So that's funny that you say that, because Volvo, which were always produced and made in Sweden, and the VIN would start with Y because that's their country code. When they assembled in Halifax, they were then a 1, which is Canada's country code, and so they were considered Canadian made. They weren't made here, but they were assembled in that factory. And I agree with you. Wouldn't it be nice to have that manufacturer?
Certainly would, Warden, through you. Yeah, so those efforts are obviously, right now, ambulances and large scale, quote-unquote, commercial vehicles are exempt, right? But there are, Chief Nolan might correct me, I think there's 2, 1 and 1.5, Canadian manufacturers of ambulances in existence at the moment. And they have, that's a very small grouping. So I think that's why that's not one of the ambulances. That's why they're exempt at the moment, because there's not enough mass, right? So it'd be basically sole sourcing if you just said you must source from Canada. So I think through efforts through the Ontario Association of Police Chiefs and others that Chief Nolan, of course, sits on and plays a pivotal role, these efforts will rise to the occasion of the Ontario government paying attention.
Awesome. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. I'm just wondering, when we put something out with to RFP, is this going to be part of the weighted scale within the RFP, saying that that they're going to have a certain weight if they're from Ontario or not from Ontario? And second part to that, if we're buying Ontario and it's slightly more, but because of the weighted scale, is there going to be some way we can track that we've had to spend more on a product from Ontario than sourcing it from somewhere else, so that we can keep track of what this proposal is costing us? I'll just leave it. Thank you.
That's a great question and a great point.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's regulation through you, sorry. Because this is regulation and not the practice of it all yet, we don't know the details, as always with provincial regulation. That is what's being contemplated. I think it's 10% or 12% additional points if they're Canadian or Ontario-based. But it will be incumbent upon the vendor to say they are replacing a culvert on one of our roads. And then they will have to prove in their documentation that that culvert may or may not come from Ontario, and where they source that, and all the aggregate or otherwise. So it's going to be a little bit more work on behalf of the vendor. Again, we'll find out what the details are, but yes, that will be an obligation of the municipalities.
Look what you brought up. More work.
Sorry.
Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to me, anyway, that we have risen to that we should have a submission. Because even in hearing Councillor Weir's comment, I can't help but think that the larger suppliers are going to have an advantage if they're going to have to now track the source. Ultimately, we can be doing business with a Canadian company, an Ontario company, might be from just down the road. But they have to track where all of their input costs. And even in the example that Mr. Kelly had cited of a culvert, well, the culvert may get manufactured in Ontario, but where'd the steel come from? Where was the steel? Where was the iron ore mined? Is this now part of what would be anticipated? And I don't know that it is, but I think that this seems to have risen to the level where we should be responding to this with some of these concerns, because if in fact it gets to be that onerous, then that is going to have a detrimental impact, a much higher and more severe impact on local suppliers than it will be on perhaps national suppliers, just in being compliant with this. So what I would say is ultimately this is being driven because of a single actor on the international trade scene, and this seems like a bludgeon response rather than a scalpel response. To move to this level of oversight, and it seems actually to fly in the face to be this intrusive into business with old school conservatism to be getting right into the weeds of where a business shall source. The intent of this is for our businesses to flourish. In any event, I think that it has risen to the level of, from what I'm hearing in the room now, that we should have a response.
And as the CAO is furiously writing probably a recommendation, so this is, I was going to come back when everybody was done with their comments about the light-duty trucks. So you can buy a light-duty truck that's Canadian or Ontario assembled, but I guarantee you the alternator is Bosch from Germany. And the brakes are probably Mopar from the States. And, you know, the spark plugs could come from China. Like, it's ridiculous to say it's Ontario made because not all the components are made in Ontario. So, and at what point is it considered, as I just gave the example of Volvo in Halifax, is that a Canadian vehicle? No, it's not. But it was made here by Canadian hands. So how far do we go? And I think that I agree with the member from Amiston Bromley that after hearing some of these concerns, I think we do need to respond. A member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. I would second that if a resolution is put on the floor. The comment I would like to add is that I'm in agreement with scalper versus sledgehammer in this situation, but I also see this as an opportunity to leverage MedCat and provincial policies when it comes to economic development to our advantage. So I'm seeing an opportunity, but I agree with the negative components of this new legislation. I see this as a way to highlight some of these opportunities where we could bring more business into Ontario, whether that's Volvo or some European ambulance builder. Thank you.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thanks, Warden, and through you. I understand the intent of this policy and proposed regulation, but I think what I'm getting hung up on here is the administrative nightmare, not only for us here at the county, but for the vendors themselves. And if they have an administrative headache and they're spending more time and money on this, they're going to pass those costs on to the consumer, which would be us. And then are we supposed to take their word for it? Or do we spend administrative time fact-checking all of these tenders to ensure that, in fact, the Ontario-based purchasing has, in fact, taken place? So I think that's my biggest concern, is this whole thing is going to add to the costs for us in the end.
So I guess, do we want to do this now, or do we want to wait until the CAO meets with this CAO group from Eastern Ontario? Oh, it is March? Okay, no, excuse me, I apologize, we don't have time. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, and my apologies for being late this morning. I had a comment, but I think it builds off nicely what the member from Petawawa said. If you take a look at the Integrity Commissioner system right now, where anybody can spark a comment. So if I lose a contract, then I complain to either the government or to the county. They have to investigate. So there is a ton of administrative costs that is unanticipated and will grow as people learn the rules. So I think, the focus of this policy should be, it'd be nice if it was built in Ontario and sourced from Ontario, but I think the real leverage point is to make sure that it's installed and maintained from Canadian companies. Like, it's nice, if somebody swears off that it's 66% Canadian, okay, I'm okay with that. But I'm not going to spend time nor resources checking every piece of it and responding to every complaint. If somebody swears off on it, in their tender, that's great. I'm more concerned about them using local labor to install it and local labor to maintain it. So I think if that's the focus, we ran into a similar problem, 10 years ago, when all of a sudden Richmond, Ontario dealerships started bidding to buy, to supply 6 of our half tons. And the first couple times through that process, that cycle, the local dealer said, I'm not gonna service that. I'm not doing any work on that. You bought it out of the county, and we had some struggle with. Okay, we had to go back to the manufacturer to say, look, it's your vehicle. You got to instruct them, and are they going to make money off of it? So I think that's the piece we need to focus on. As much as I'd love to be able to see a little Canadian flag on every piece of product that we buy, that's not likely to happen. And short of everybody having a barcode with an international system where you can go and check on it, which is just too onerous, that's not going to happen for us. So I think, the focus should be, it's nice to have it to be Canadian and Ontario made. It's not always possible. Have them swear off, but the focus should be local talent. So that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Agreed. A do your best mentality, right? Do your best. All right, what have you got for us?
Warden, what I would suggest is that if there is a motion to be considered on the floor, that it was direction to staff to submit a response on behalf of County Council that would reiterate the statements made today, that the provisions of any act that's being brought forward remain flexible and has local context in mind, and that all and any regulations do not create additional undue burden to limited resources and capacity at both the municipal level and among smaller vendors in Ontario.
I like it. Moved by the member from Amherst Bromley and seconded by the member from Whitewater. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Awesome sauce. All right, and now we're going to staff reports. Back over to you.
Thank you once again. So items to be discussed in the staff report. Again, items 45, on page 45 of your printed report, if you had done so somewhere in your digital report, on this page in front of me. Item number 1, so these are item number 1, a bit of a background. No, I'm just going to hit the recommendation. Yeah, do the recommendation first. The County Council approved the revision to the committee meeting as scheduled, that the committee, Community Services Committee meeting, my goodness, originally scheduled for March 11, 2026, be held prior to the Health Committee meeting, and that public notice be provided of the revised meeting dates in accordance with the county's procedural bylaw.
Thank you. I'll ask for a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please. Moved by the member from McNair-Braeside, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Background.
Thank you. This at the request of members of the committee, and this was being brought forward. Any change to meeting schedules in the procedural bylaw have to be brought forward by for a resolution to be changed.
Awesome. Discussion? All in favor? Thank you. And B. Oh, sorry, not B, the second resolution.
No, appreciate it. No, thank you. Again, the recommendation for item number 2 is for the change to council and committee meetings for September 2026. And the recommendation before you is that County Council approve the revision to the September council meeting schedule as follows: that the meetings originally scheduled for September 9 and 23 of 2026 be rescheduled to Wednesday, September 16th, 2026, and Tuesday, September 29, 2026, and that public notice be provided of the revised meeting dates in accordance with the county's procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Moved by the member from North Elgona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Amherst Bromley. Discussion.
Thank you, Warden. So the discussion on these ones, when we set the agenda, we believe that Ontario East has changed their dates from last year to this year, and many of council members like to attend Ontario East, which of course begins on the second Wednesday this year, and so that moves the ability. Sorry. It was likely to be a large number of absences on that date. And then the last Wednesday of September, of course, is Truth and Reconciliation Day, which is a holiday on September 30th. So that would mean shifting that to Tuesday. So the dates in front of you correspond to dates that we believe that most people may be available.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? And that carries. And now on to B.
Okay, so item number 3 is a letter of support from Pembroke Regional Hospital. Again, the recommendation that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Deputy Clerk to provide a letter of support on behalf of the County of Renfrew for Pembroke Regional Hospital's application to the Ministry of Health for a designation as a Schedule I psychiatric facility under the Mental Health Act.
Thank you. A mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, second by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Oh, I missed Val. Okay. Comments, questions? Everybody's read. All in favor? Thank you, Council. Thank you. We have no closed session, so therefore we don't have to rise from closed. We have no matters arising from close. Do we have any reports from representatives for external boards? No. Nothing? No. And Dan? No. Okay. We have no notices of motion. We have no written motions. Do we have any announcements? Member from Laurentian Hills.
Thank you, Warden. So as many people are aware, this Saturday is the coldest night of the year walk in Pembroke. And I was hoping to attend, but I cannot. So I went on their website to donate. And I noticed that there is a team called the Mesa Renfrew County Heart Hub fundraising team. Now, the captain of that is our very own Tara Ida. So I would like to challenge my fellow councillors to either walk in this event or to go on the website and pledge money to support these. And they are fundraising for the grind. So at the end of this meeting, I will send a link. And if you can also just go on to the Coldest Night of the Year Pembroke website and pledge there. And I will also be issuing this pledge to Mayor Gervat and the county. And I also would love it if members could extend this challenge to their local municipal councils. Thank you, Warden.
Challenge accepted. Thank you. Any other announcements? I see none. Any new business? Seeing none. I have a resolution that the bylaws listed be enacted and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, second by the member from Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 15-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on February 25th, 2026, be now numbered, deemed, read 3 times, and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, second by the member from Head Clara Mariah. All in favor? And I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 10:12 a.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Aviston Bromley, second by the member from Deep River. All in favor? And we are adjourned, and we will resume at 10:30 with operations. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Operations Committee meeting for Wednesday, February 25th, 2026 to order.
Move the mic closer.
Move the mic closer. Okay, how's that? Should I do that again, or did everybody hear me? Okay. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, and we have quorum, Chair.
Thank you for that. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, move on to adoption of the minutes. I would entertain a motion, the recommendation that the minutes of the January 28, 2026 meeting be approved. Can I get a mover, please? Member from Killu, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from McNabb Brayside. Any comments, questions, errors? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Delegations and presentations. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Perkins, the Director of Public Works and Engineering, for our transportation?
Capital 2025 Capital Work Program.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. My fellow County Renfrewians, our capital program is strong. Some might say the strongest it's ever been. Oh, I tried to get the silver medal hockey team here, but they weren't available, so sorry. So our 2026 capital program. We're just going to walk you through the highlights. I'm sorry that this is hard to read, but this year we'll do 48.64 kilometers of road, number of bridge repairs, number of culvert repairs, the Algonquin Trail, some trail bridges. We're going to do the relocate for the utilities in Petawawa for our roundabout. That was, we got grant funding for, 50% of it. We're going to do some designs and hopefully get them on the books for next year. And we do scratch coat and traffic signal upgrades. So we'll walk you through each individual project. So our first project is County Road 1 and County Road 20. So we're going to replace this bad section of Castleford. When you see the come through today for the overage, what happened here was we're doing extra work in the intersection above and beyond what we would normally do. So we didn't find out that till we got there. But that's the budget for both roads. We're going to do 2 lifts of pavement, and we're going to include hard shoulders. County Road 9, I have to apologize for a typo here. We're actually going to do 2.59 kilometers, not 4.44, so my apologies. The budget is $947,000 plus, and we're going to do 1 lift of pavement and hardened shoulders, but what we do here is we pulverize the existing road. So because this was a county road, the actual underlayment that's on it is in good shape. So what we do is we pulverize it and use that as the base. So then when we put a lift over it, we can still get the quality that we require. Witt Road. So we're going to do Witt Road in Laurentian Valley at a cost of $1.9 million. Pulverize the road again, do base repairs, rock removal, ditching, culverts, and then we'll put back 1 lift pavement, and we will do hardened shoulders. And just so you're aware, so everyone always asks what the PCI and stuff is. So this here, that picture there is an example of a PCI of 15.4. So very poor shape, end of life. So we're going to do a full pulverized repave. County Road 26 and Durham Road. Oh, sorry, did you have a question? Oh, and on Witt Road? Oh, shoot. I don't have it on me, sorry. It's in the, whatever it is in our capital budget. I don't have that, sorry. Just go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair to you. Witt Road, it services, I believe, the transfer station?
Yeah, from the back door, yeah.
Yeah.
You come down Dorn, the Petawawa.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, should we wait a year and re-engineer it for heavier traffic, or is it already engineered for the heavy traffic?
It's a county road, so it's already engineered for heavy traffic. Yep. So what was the length, Taylor?
Can I?
4.44. That's the kilometer, sorry.
That was the switch up. Can we go through this and keep your questions, and we'll go back through and do them all at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Durham Road, we're going to do a replacement from Forest Lee Road out to the highway. Once again, poor condition road. Durham Road is at 43.3 for one section of it and 60 PCI for one section. So what you're looking at is a 43.3 PCI out of 100. Round Lake Road, we're going to do this section. This was the addendum, and I have to thank Evelyn and Taylor and Mike for working late yesterday to get the addendum done for this, and we do apologize for the addendum, but this was a timing issue with DFO and with the Ministry of Natural Resources. So anyways, Taylor will explain that when it comes up. But we're going to do 5.5 kilometers of road. We're going to replace the Tomasini culvert, which in your package you'll see was unknown to us before we went out there, and then they found it. So, and the background is there while we're doing it. And we'll put 2 lifts of asphalt with hardened shoulders on this one. And again, the reason for 2 lifts of asphalt on this is the average daily traffic is between 1,215 cars per day traffic, or per ADD. Wilno Road South, so not far from the tavern, $1.2 million, and we're going to pulverize the surface there, drainage improvements, ditching. So that's the when we come down the hill there to Highway 60. Rockingham Road. Interesting story about Rockingham Road is Waze and Google are giving it to you as a shortcut from Bancroft. So we've actually worked with Waze to try to get that changed. We've had a number of tractor trailers stuck out there this winter on Rockingham Road, and needless to say, they're destroying the road. But it is because the algorithm, so many vehicles have gone there, the algorithm has given it to the trucks too. So, and it was made to handle truck traffic, but unfortunately they're getting stuck. So anyways, we're working with Waze and Google's to try to keep that off. So we're going to pulverize surface, base repairs, drainage, culvert replacement, and put 1 lift of pavement back. Siberia Road, out on the back of Barry's Bay, is 1.6 million, and we're going to do pulverized surface, base repairs, and pave 1 lift. Zato, on Ruby Road, we're going to do Zato out to the highway, as 1.6 million, pulverized paved drainage improvements, culvert replacement, and a lift of pavement. Ridge Road in Deep River is going to be a $1.1 million, going to mill and do some full depth removals. There's some storm sewer repairs, there's water, sanitary, storm structures, and of course we're in contact with the town of Deep River for what works that they require. Our dream here was to work with the town of Deep River. They were doing a downtown revitalization, but unfortunately they're not ready to go with their revitalization yet. But the road is in fairly poor shape, so they wanted us to pave it. So they actually sent us a resolution, which is in our package, to say that they won't be looking for money from us in the future. So we'll see how that works out. Calabogie Road, we're going to do a section of Calabogie Road for 5.6 kilometers, pulverized, rock removal. As you know, Calabogie Road is very narrow and there's lots of rock cuts and stuff. Drainage improvements, guardrail replacements, and then we're going to put 2 lifts of asphalt there with hardened shoulders. Chenoa Road is the connection, obviously, over to the Quebec side. We're going to put $893,000 into this. We got to replace the timber culvert box, some ditching, culvert replacement, 2 lifts of pavement, and hardened shoulders. And now into our structures. So Danny Constant Bridge is located on Constant Lake Road near Highway 41, $700,000. So this will be a full removal, new substructure put in, install new prefabricated structure, new timber decking, and a new approach. So O'Grady Bridge on O'Grady Settlement Road is $750,000. So this will be a full removal. We'll put back a new prefabricated structure and a new approach guardrails. Waba Creek Bridge out on White Lake Road, or sorry, it's on Waba Road, or Highland Road actually, sorry, out in White Lake Road, 150 millimeter concrete deck scarification, concrete overlay, crack repairs, barrier repairs, milling and paving the approaches, and of course, guardrail replacement. Turcotte Bridge Road is out in Mixburg, $1 million for this one. So we're going to remove existing concrete ridge frame bridge, install new precast concrete box culvert. Also, sorry, my apologies. The asterisk delineates that we're going to do this in-house. So we've designed it in-house. Our day labor crew is going to do this. So the budget is $1 million. So, but our day labor crew. Sorry, my apologies. Any of these that you see with asterisks are going to be handled by our day labor crew. McFeed Road culvert, again, going to be done by day labor crew. They're going to remove this existing steel, what's it called? Structured plate corrugated steel pipe. So it's old school, way old school. So anyways, it's going to be replaced with a CSPA culvert, backfilled, new guardrail, and slope protection on each side. And again, done in-house is Alishki Creek culvert. They're going to remove those twin pipes, install new pipes, backfill, new guardrail, slope protection. And again, some people always ask us questions, well, you know, the pipes are already 3/4 full, but it's for continuity of flow. So they go back exactly the same as they do, and then the cover over is the issue. So, and then Pleasant Valley culvert, out on County Road 49 in La Paz is 232, so they're just going to remove that pipe, put in a new one, slope protection, and again, we're going to do it in-house with our day labor crew. Burnt Bridge is a discussion that we'll have in the near future. It is slated for a replacement this year, but it involves removing the timber box culvert, slope protection, and rehabilitation. So our guys will actually do that for us. But there's an option here. This is down near Shaw Woods off Bulger Road, if anyone doesn't know. It's an access to a property that's inside past these culverts, but we can actually reestablish the old road to that property that's right there. So when Taylor's engineering group looks at it some further, we'll come back and ask if you want to remove that structure, which is, well, if you've seen it, you know it's not great. So yeah, we'll be back later in the season to talk about this one. Algonquin Trail. So a lot of work going on Algonquin Trail. Of course, the budget is $1 million, a little over $1 million. So this takes us up past Bissett Creek, of course, brushing, replace culverts, turnarounds, granular stone dust, installation of guard gates and signs. Trail structure on Madawaska River Bridge in Aaron Pryor. So we're going to just do the redecking, install new surface wear, and do some barrier repairs. And Haley's Gully, $75,000 on this unit, and we're going to do this in-house, of course. We're going to remove the timber deck and replace it. Snake River, another $75,000. Again, just basically rehabbing the deck and wear surface and repair the barriers. And then from 2025, these were our carryovers. So granular sealing of shoulders, granular sealing of joint seals, top lift of asphalt on 512. So where we left off last year, just past, I forget the name of that Hoddeman's out at the end of the road and then back in. So we're going to do another level on that. We got to do a top coat on the paramedic base in Eganville. Then Combermere Bridge, there's just some site restoration and minor repairs to be done there. Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam is to complete that is going to be the wear and all that's how it's left now. So all that'll be finished this year, hopefully. And Petawawa, we're excited. We're going to begin the finalized design and do the utility locates this year. So hopefully we'll be ready for 2027 to do installation. And with that, these are all our future engineering. The ones with asterisks again, we're going to do in-house. And then of course, obviously the bigger ones are large bridges, so we don't have a bridge engineer yet. So one of these days maybe, but that would be our goal, is to do as many in-house as possible. And we're going to spend a little over $30 million total. So a little less than last year, but still a significant amount of work. And with that, is there any questions?
Okay, a lot there to take in. I guess wide open for questions. Member from Empire.
Thank you, Chair. To lead, with the number of asterisks that we have for our day crews, going to these different culverts, will the timeline for each of these projects maybe changed because of what the difficulties? I know we had one last year that was a weirdo, and then we had to get an insert to go in.
Right now, they do have a schedule and they're, knock on wood, they're usually good, but I think it was Donald Rumsfeld said there's known unknowns, and there's unknown unknowns, and then there's unknown unknowns, so, yeah. But yes, that's the plan. There's enough time in the season for them, hopefully, to complete them all, we hope. But they do have a full schedule.
Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. 2 questions. B103, the O'Grady Bridge, it looks like it's 1 lane, and you're talking about putting in a prefabricated bridge. So will it remain 1 lane? And is that, because my impression of that one is that one that we could just close off and have people come in from each end? Because I think that road, doesn't that road go loop around? So that, I'm just wondering, or is there the opportunity to put a box culvert or something in there and never have to do a bridge again? So it's kind of a multi-layered thing, because when I look at the size of it, and I look at the size of some of the other ones here, you're removing the bridge and putting in a box culvert or 2 plastic ones. I'm wondering why we're not doing that there, and I'm not questioning it from any knowledge, just idle curiosity.
Is all to do with the daily traffic, but I'll let Mr. Hanrath, if you want.
Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from Town of Renfrew. So the bridge, I was just about to try to pull up what the length of the bridge is. It's longer than it looks in the picture. So a box culvert wouldn't have been the best solution in this case. The bridge that's going in is supposed to be designed for a 75-year design life, so we shouldn't have to go back to it anytime soon. As far as removal of the structure and abandonment and dead ending and things like that, that's not something we asked the consultant to look into as part of the preliminary design. It is something we could consider if it was desired. I believe the traffic volumes on it are just over 100 vehicles a day or so. The new bridge will be single lane because it still falls under the low volume road dimensions as well.
Is there, when you talk about, is there a possibility you can put 2 box culverts beside each other?
Yes, it would be a possibility. However, the supply of the box culverts alone in a case like this would be right around the full value of the project.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for that. Supplementary.
Thank you. And just similar, so I wasn't aware of the traffic count, so yeah, I certainly agree that makes a difference. And then B188, the Turcotte Bridge, just similar questions. It's $1 million, and wondering, just wondering if there's a different way of doing it, that's all. And I appreciate the fact you're taking a bridge out and putting in a box culvert, so I was kind of wondering the rationale there.
And this one's also being done with the day labor crews. So, Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from the Town of Renfrew. So a number of alternatives were looked at for this one. We explored a rehab of the existing structure. However, it was only about a 10-year design life add for almost a similar value to what we're looking at here. Additionally, it didn't address any of the flow capacity concerns in the location. There's a high flow here in the spring, and right now this structure is constrained. Part of the reason for going with a box culvert at this location instead of the bridge was in order to lengthen things out, we would have had to put in deeper foundation than was required at the other locations, hence the box culvert with just standard granular bedding underneath. The $1 million is because a longer box culvert is required here in order to get the proper distance between the guide rail above.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Perkins or Taylor. I'm glad to see Bolger Road is being resurfaced. I'm just curious whether that will continue the other sections that are also in very bad shape the following years.
Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the council from North Algona Wilberforce. Right now in the asset management plan, there is a section or two a year for the next few years of Bolger Road.
Okay. Anything further? Member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. I noticed the proposals, some roads are one lift, some roads are two lift. You did recommend, or you did mention 1215 was the ADT on the double lift, but what's the trigger point? Can you remind council again?
Taylor.
Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from Whitewater Region. The trigger point is 1,000 vehicles a day. So anything projected to stay under 1,000 vehicles a day for the next 20 years gets a single lift. Anything that exceeds 1,000 vehicles a day is a double lift.
Perfect. Second question, if I could, Chair.
Certainly.
I noticed, and I can't remember the name of the bridge, but the one with it looks like a goat trail before and after the bridge. I don't think it's 1,000 vehicles a day, but.
Oh, Burnt Bridge. Yes, Burnt Bridge.
Burnt Bridge. Okay, so this just triggered. Obviously, that road is. We own the asset on that road. That's a Lower Tiers road. That's correct.
That's correct.
Do we have a policy by which we look at the abandonment of county structures?
We do. Sorry, through you, Chair. Yes, we have a bridge policy that we've developed over the last couple of years that we'll bring back when the time comes. But did you want to add, Taylor?
Thank you. Through you to the councillor from Whitewater Region. So the bridge policy right now states that a county structure, whenever it comes time for replacement, if it's not located on a maintained road, we have to explore abandonment. In the case of this structure, there was an access restriction. If the structure wasn't there and we didn't reinstate a road from the other side, we would be limiting access to private property, which is part of the reason we're going through the environmental assessment process to reestablish that road on the yellow line shown in the map so that we can abandon the structure. The county would no longer have a structure that we have to inspect every 2 years, that we have to maintain, that we have to go in and take beaver dams out of any further, which we have to do quite a bit here because there's a dam control upstream of it. So the maintenance savings and the cost savings overall over the life, if it was removed, is significant. And we believe that we could construct a seasonally maintained road, which is all this road is currently, for a similar dollar value as we would replacement of the structure as well.
I love that approach. I think that's excellent. And just to confirm that seasonally, that new road, we would turn that over to the lower tier? Okay, perfect.
That's right.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Member from Adamson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to probably to Mr. Hanrath, but I'll leave it open. This is with respect to the same structure, and I have, excuse me, I have open right now the county GIS, which actually is showing the cadastral, the lots that are there, and it does appear that the road running out to the north to the mountain road is in fact forming a natural severance that essentially from that curve at the bottom, but slightly north of that, there is actually a lot line. So I'm kind of curious. You can just barely see it, I think, on that map. There is what looks like a plantation forest to the south. That's right. So in this instance, Mr. Hanrath did make note of access. So is in fact the property with the plantation forest, is that a landlocked piece of property, or does that in fact, it will be a separate piece of property than the lands to the north and west of the, I'm going to call it the unopened road allowance? So are they two distinct individuals? They are two distinct properties, but what I'm getting at is at what point is any municipality obliged to provide an entrance if in fact they have frontage on a publicly traveled road?
I believe there's access, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Hanrath.
So that in this case, the access is through the existing structure. So by removing that without reinstating something, I wasn't sure what we would be opening ourselves up to liability-wise. And with the existing corridor already being in place, it gives us the opportunity to maintain that access, even though we're losing an asset in the long scheme of things.
Supplementary, I think.
It absolutely is, thank you, and it's probably building upon Councillor Nicholson's. So ultimately, what is shown on yellow on the GIS, it is described in red as all road allowances are throughout the county of Renfrew. So the bridge structure itself would qualify it as a county asset. What I am perceiving that yellow line is an unopened road allowance. It's an oddly shaped road allowance. It's probably some kind of ancient traveled road. And I would submit that at one point, perhaps even the what is now the mountain road may have traveled along there. I know to the south of this, there is a similar road in my township. But ultimately, within this photograph here, outside of that bridge, why would this be a county road? This seems like this would be a North Algona Wilberforce unopened road allowance.
I think it is a lower tier road, but Mr. Henreth.
That is correct. It would be a lower tier road once we build it in.
Okay, so if I might final on this thread, so then ultimately this is following our, I guess I'm going to call it the rationalization, but there is an instance where if in fact there is something that's going to be handed down, then it must also be in a state of repair that matches what is required in the lower tier municipality, correct? So ultimately, correct. That is why we would have the responsibility of essentially constructing this to a standard, at which point then it would be devolved to the lower tier municipality. Yeah. Thank you.
And we think that that road can be established at the same cost as replacing the structure, but then we never have to do it again. So
hopefully, and it's a 3-season road, so, as you can see.
Yeah. Member from Metawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just one question on clarification. We've talked a lot about these bridge structures and traffic counts on these roads, and you indicated that 100 vehicles warranted us fixing the bridge. Is there a number in our policy where we get to a low traffic level that says it doesn't warrant us fixing this and it causes us to abandon them?
You don't remember the conversation a couple of years ago?
So if I may, thank you, Chair, through you, yes. We had a policy that used to say 100 cars or less, we would look at removal of the bridge. At that point, council was not following that. We ended up doing a number of bridges that were, well, one was, 2 cars a day. So anyways, we went back and revisited our bridge policy, and now we put them in as a case-by-case basis. So we would like to, anything under 100, we would like to at least have a chat about. Anything under 10, we would like to do away with. And then stuff like this that was just put in for whatever reason, we'd like to have done away with. But yes, we do have a bridge policy, and I'll forward it on to council just for understanding. But yes, we did. We used to have a number, and when we revamped the policy, we took that number out.
And part of that was what's the bypass? In some of those instances that we looked at in the past, it was like a 12-kilometer bypass if you took that structure out. So that was some of the reasons why we abandoned that at one point. So
public information sessions were getting scary.
Member from McNabb Braeside.
Hi. On the second last screen, the future engineering, I just wondered, what is KP 001 Madawaska River 1? What does the KP signify, and where is that? Madawaska River 1?
Yeah, so that's on the KMP trail. So they're all the ones with AT or KP is Algonquin or KP, and then all the rest of them are just RCs. But it's over the Madawaska River.
Okay.
Yeah, on the where the KMP crosses the Madawaska River.
Okay.
Yeah.
Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just final, on the future engineering page as well up there, so there are asterisks. So those designs are being done in-house as well, is that correct?
Yep, thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, we're doing them in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have a designer on staff, and we're tasking him heavily.
Yeah, and and we saw the business case for even having more of that and not using consulting engineers on these projects. Okay, anything further on the 2026 capital program? Seeing none.
Thank you, sir.
I think we're done on that.
Thank you, Council.
Yes. So, I'll leave that alone for now and just ask Mr. Hanrath to take over. TMP.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to answer some questions and get warmed up before coming up here. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone giving me the time to come and discuss our transportation master plan, the recommendations from it, and some of the next steps we'd like to consider. Just for everyone's information, this process started in 2023. The initial request for proposal had a number of local municipalities included to get their own transportation master plans done as well. Once it was awarded, the Town of Renfrew, Township of Bonneville Valley, Township of Horton, and Township of Whitewater Region included themselves or agreed to participate as well to get their own transportation master plans done. The consultant that began the process was McIntosh Perry, who was bought out by Aegis, who completed the project for us, or followed the project through. So to start us off, what is a transportation master plan? It is step 1 and 2 of the municipal class environmental assessment. So any project that already has an existing environmental assessment completed and on file wouldn't be taken into consideration as part of the transportation master plan because it already has recommendations in place. The Transportation Master Plan is meant to act as a strategic guiding document to guide the county over the next 20-plus years. By doing so, it identifies recommended policy changes, new policies, projects for us to consider, as well as a number of other things as well. What it is not meant to be is set in stone. Everything in the Transportation Master Plan can be discussed and changed after it is finalized. It is similar to our asset management plan where it can be a fluid document that we use as a guide going forward. So why did we start this? So the purpose of the Transportation Master Plan was to recommend improvements or common standards for our transportation policies, to undergo a road rationalization study and better establish road rationalization criteria for what road should be considered a county road, to review potential for regional transit, which we will explore even further with the setup of the Transportation Advisory Committee, and to create a roadmap for our transportation planning needs to optimize performance of our infrastructure, making sure our good roads stay good longer, identify any capacity issues we may have or growth projects that we need to follow through on, and to take a sustainable approach to accommodate growth on all of our roads going forward, or all of our infrastructure going forward. We initially started the Transportation Master Plan because a number of unplanned projects arose from growth, projects such as Murphy Road urbanization, the realignment of the Gillen-Edie County Road 2 intersection and signalization of that intersection, which you can see a photo of the design at the top of the screen there, as well as a number of other projects that have popped up along the way, such as the expansion of Petawawa Boulevard, the establishment of roundabouts as part of that overall assignment or future planning, which is now going forward. So the timeline so far, we issued the initial RFP in October of 2022. It was awarded to McIntosh Perry in May of 2023. and the notice of study was posted on the county website as of July 2023. Throughout the process, we had 2 different project information centers. However, the first one didn't occur until we had an initial report from Macintosh Perry at the time, now Aegis, that initial report was done as part of the data that they received from us, which was all of our traffic count data, all of our policies, anything related to transportation in the County of Renfrew we provided to the consultant to consider as part of the interim report. And we also did a public engagement through Zen City, whereby we collected input from the public on what they wanted looked at, what they thought was shortcomings within the County of Renfrew infrastructure, and things like that. So that was used to develop the interim report, which was presented at the initial Public Information Center. The initial Public Information Center was entirely virtual. I believe we had 30-some participants in it. A lot of feedback was received, which was then used to develop the initial recommendations by Aegis. These initial recommendations were posted to the public, and another Public Information Center was held. Some of the input we got from the first Public Information Center was that we shouldn't have gone completely virtual. So PIC2, we went virtual and in person. We had one person attend in person, and it was a staff member from the town of Petawawa. But overall, virtually, there was, I think, 40-some participants as well. And the information from that, as well as any updated data, was used to develop a transportation master plan, which was presented in November of 2025. So the data that was used to develop our plan. So all of our traffic count data was provided. The census data that was available to the consultant was used, as well as some of the forecasted population data from the county's official plan. The population data was used to develop growth factors to use for our roads. So our existing data would have a growth factor applied in order to forecast the traffic that would be seen on all of our county roads for the next 5, 10, and 20 years in order to plan those growth projects that are needed. Additionally, they reviewed, as part of the public engagement, the modes of transportation that are used throughout the county. Unsurprisingly, 92% of county residents rely heavily on personal vehicles to get around. That is primarily due to our low density. There's limited transit availability throughout the county. In order to get from Arnprior to Barry's Bay, you're not biking there, or very few people would be biking there. So as a result, 92% are relying on their vehicles to get around. So the Transportation Master Plan identified a vision statement based on their overall findings as part of it. So the vision statement is that the County of Renfrew will continue to endeavour to provide a safe, accessible, and efficient transportation system that responds to its vast geography, meets the connectivity needs of its growing and evolving population and businesses, and supports the community and environmental health. In order to meet that vision statement, the alternative in the Transportation Master Plan that was recommended to proceed is the strategic investments. So a focus on strategic road network capacity improvements, while also promoting and enhancing the active transportation network and exploring the possibility of developing a public transit system. Target investments to where they are needed and prepare itself to adapt to meet the changing conditions due to the emerging trends and transportation technologies. So in other words, take advantage of the technologies that are available for us, but be flexible enough to use new ones as they are identified. And try to evolve our transportation network so that we can promote more transportation modes so that we're not so reliant on our personal vehicles and still accommodate growth going forward. So some of the recommendations, one of them was an update to our active transportation strategy to take a closer look at our recreational trails, or view them as multi-use pathways in some ways as well, to identify or more clearly identify cycling routes and take steps to promote them, and to review our paved shouldering strategy. So right now, Wherever we can fit 1 meter paved shoulder on each side of the road, we do attempt to do so. However, this is less than the minimum that would be recommended through Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18, which sets the standards for cycling facilities. Some of the policies that are recommended for update are policy PW01, road classification and design. They recommend that we classify all county roads as arterial roads, that we use equivalent single axle loading in design of the asphalt thickness on our road. Just for clarification, that's what we already do. This is just to formalize it into a policy. That we enact paved shoulders per OTM Book 18 and establish clear zones. So to enact paved shoulders per OTM Book 18, just for committee's consideration. So if we were going with matching up with bike lanes, the desired would be a 1.8 meter paved shoulder with an additional 1 meter buffer. So you're adding 2.8 meters on each side of the road. The minimum would be a 1.5 meter lane and a 0.3 meter buffer. That's if we were to pave shoulders as though they were bike lanes. For a paved shoulder per OTM Book 8, the minimum is 1.2 meters, but the desired is 1.5 meters plus a buffer. So if this were to be enacted, it would have cost implications throughout our asset management plan, not just on our growth projects. Another policy that was recommended for update was PW14, pedestrian crossings and hiking trail crossings. It was recommended that we incorporate a hierarchy from Ontario Traffic Manual Book 15 and to consider our recreational trail crossings as part of that policy as well. PW19, road rationalization, was identified for updates. That's to update the criterion that's used to rationalize roads as county roads, which was presented in the past, and I'll discuss later on in the presentation as well. PW21, entrance policy and design guidelines to update entrance dimensions and access restrictions. So because county roads are arterial roads, access should be restricted so that people and goods can get where they need to go as quickly as possible without multiple vehicles or entryways coming in. PW24, community safety zones to incorporate school and playground areas as well. All of the recommendations in the Transportation Master Plan, or most of them anyways, have a timeline. It's either a short-term timeline, which is 1 to 5 years, a medium-term timeline, which is 6 to 10, or a long-term timeline, which is 10 years plus. The updates to PW01 weren't given a timeline. They're recommendations that they feel should proceed in the very near future. PW14 was a short-term timeline, sometime in the next 1 to 5 years. Road rationalization and entrance policy weren't given a timeline because they're expected to proceed as soon as possible, and another short-term timeline for community safety zones. Several new policies were recommended to proceed as well. So road safety audit policy to formal process as part of the capital projects. Right now, we do review accident data and how we can improve roadside safety as part of our designs whenever we're doing road projects. However, this would formalize that process and ensure that the same process is followed on every one of our road reconstruction projects. A speed limit policy to formalize the process per the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. We already follow these guidelines. This would just be a policy that says this is what we do. A traffic calming policy, so our incorporation of radar, speed signs in transition zones, and use of speed posted bollards. So this policy would impact how we warrant doing traffic calming in certain locations on county roads. Areas where municipalities are looking at enhanced warning devices per policy PW, I think it's PW16 or PW17, sorry, would fall into this policy as well. So the two policies would have to work together. But where they enhanced warning devices like these your speed ahead signs are actually warranted per this new policy, the county would be responsible for the cost in those locations. A always stop control policy, a formal process per OTM Book 5 to establish criteria for always stops. Again, we already follow this process whenever we are looking at always stops. Staff would also recommend a policy, instead of just looking at always stops, to look at intersection controls so that we can look at options such as the always stop control, signalized control, or roundabouts. So it'd be one policy encompassing these three options for intersection controls. They also recommend a traffic impact assessment guideline, which would enact into a policy. This would give a formal process that is expected for traffic impact assessments for developers and new subdivisions. Again, we already expect these traffic impact assessments as part of these, but this policy would give them exact things to look at and what we expect as part of that report as well. So on the screen currently is the new road rationalization criterion that's recommended. Committee has seen these a number of times. We've actually used them already as well. Some of the wording has just been updated in order to incorporate, if not achieved by other county roads or a highway for several of the criteria. A updated policy would be presented in the future. Another recommendation from the Transportation Master Plan is further exploration of regional transit for the County of Renfrew. Several alternatives were evaluated. Alternative one was do nothing. There'd be no cost to the county. We would rely on Ontario Northland Service, which is already active through the Highway 17 corridor. Alternative two is expansion of the Ontario Northland Service, whereby the county would subsidize some of the work. There'd be a relative cost to that, of course. However, it still only supports the Highway 17 corridor. Alternative 3A is a new regional transit service, a single route, so a higher relative cost as we'd be establishing our own regional transit along the Highway 17 corridor. This was the alternative that was recommended in the Transportation Master Plan. Alternative 3B was a new regional transit service with expanded routes, so even higher relative cost to the initial 3A. However, it goes outside of that Highway 17 corridor. And alternative 4 is a new on-demand transit service. It's the highest cost of all the alternatives. However, it provides service throughout the county, not just along the corridor. And this, of course, would be explored further as part of the Transportation Advisory Committee, exploring any of these options and further that may be developed going forward as well. So the growth projects that were recommended in the next 1 to 5 years. The Algonquin Trail, so several recommendations stem from hardening the Algonquin Trail through residential areas. So one of the recommendations in the short term was paving the Algonquin Trail from Mima Street to Division Street in the town of Arnprior. An additional recommendation was for County Road 45, Vanjamar Road from White Lake Road to Russet Drive, urbanization. Urbanization of County Road 72, Ridge Road from Highway 17 to Dalton Street. County Road 10, Division Street from Alexandra Street to Baskin Drive. That would be an urbanization as well. I've also added on this page for short-term recommendations, because they weren't included in the Transportation Master Plan, the 2 roundabout projects. So the one on Petawawa Boulevard at County Road 26, Doran Road, and on Petawawa Boulevard at County Road 55, Paquette Road. They were not included in the Transportation Master Plan because we already have an approved EA on file. However, I've included these so that they can be taken into consideration as part of the short-term projects or growth projects. Further recommendations for the medium-term growth projects, again, paving Algonquin Trail from Highway 60 to McAndrew Avenue in the town of Renfrew, paving Algonquin Trail from Astrolabe Road to True Love Street in the hamlet of Cobden, and County Road 1, Madawaska Boulevard, the narrowing of it from John Street to Jack Crescent, County Road 1, Madawaska Boulevard at County Road 2, Daniel Street, the enactment of a roundabout, County Road 10, Baskin Drive at Division Street and Duncan Drive, the enactment of a roundabout at that location as well. County Road 58, Brewham Avenue at Boundary Road, the enactment of a roundabout at that location as well. So several of the photos shown here are those recommendations for visualization. The County Road 58, Brewham at Boundary Road roundabout actually stems from the TMP that was completed by the City of Pembroke and Laurentian Valley as well. So the two at least agree on this location for traffic, for intersection control via a roundabout. Also added is the expansion of Petawawa Boulevard. Again, not part of the TMP, however, because it's part of an existing EA and would have a cost implication as a growth project going forward. I've added onto this slide at the bottom as well. Growth projects from 10 years plus out. So paving of Algonquin Trail from Airport Road to Limestone Trail in Petawawa. County Road 51, Petawa Boulevard from Victoria Street to Beeline Road, urbanization. One caveat, so from Victoria Street to Murphy Road is already urbanized. So part of the reason that was included in this urbanization was expansion of that section as well in the future. County Road 2, Daniel Street at State Court Drive, enactment of a roundabout. County Road 2 at County Road 10, Baskin Drive, enactment of a roundabout. The two roundabouts on Daniel Street are shown in the photo here for visualization as well. So we did ask for feedback, and a great amount was received. I do have several slides of feedback. I will not go through each individual point, but I will try to speak to each one. There was further feedback that's been received since the presentation was completed, and any changes that are required to the TMP report should be completed before it is accepted. I will add the caveat that anything aside from making corrections to errors in the report would come at a higher cost, as the consultant would be required to put more time into it. However, as I said, the TMP is a guideline, so if we want to take our own approach to things going forward, which I'll speak to further on in the presentation, we are permitted to do so as well. So the first item talks about a signalization and talks about how accidents in the location should warrant a signalization right now. The county does track this intersection. We do check warrants on it, and we do monitor the accident data for it. It was not red flagged as a result of accidents, but the warrants will be checked again this year. The Baskin Drive urbanization from Daniel Street to Division Street is a project that should be considered. Right now, it's not in the Transportation Master Plan. There are two schools in this location, and there's no sidewalks leading up to them. So it'd be a growth project and believed to be with merit, and should be included under the short-term projects recommended. And the need to develop a plan for the ultimate future widening of Daniel Street needs to be considered. So that last point. So we do have widening of Daniel Street between Baskin and State Court Drive, and the widening of Daniel Street from there all the way down to Madawaska Boulevard is a project that could be considered as part of the Transportation Master Plan. It would be a massive undertaking, similar to expansion of Petawa Boulevard, and if it were to be included, it is something we would have to start the rest of the EA process on relatively soon to identify the needs for property and materials and project estimates and things like that as well. Further notes that on the feedback that was received, again, for that top point, the warrants are checked at this location annually and will be checked again soon. Whenever the warrants are nearing being met, a signalized intersection would be enacted. In particular, at this location, we've held back dollars from 2 different developers because their traffic impact study identified the future signalization of the intersection. So they've contributed funds for its signalization, which are being held until warrants are met. One of the items was there's a long list of growth-driven projects, and the county more or less needs to have a plan to address them. This is where our growth reserve comes into play. It is a very important reserve if we are to tackle any of these projects in the future and even planning for them in the future. It's just something to consider going forward. This feedback identified an error in the Transportation Master Plan. So the urbanization item on Petawa Boulevard from Victoria Street to Beeline Road says 25.5 million. That should be 5.5 million. That will make the total at the bottom correct as well. So more feedback that was received. A lot of this feedback focused on clear data for pedestrians and more focus on active transportation, which is definitely warranted. Part of this will be addressed as part of a future policy for pedestrian crossings, our new active transportation strategy, and as well as our intersection control policy. All of these items would be things that have to be taken into consideration in establishing those policies going forward as well. Further feedback talking about how we collect data on pedestrians, cyclists, and things like that. We have used these means in the past and will likely do so again in the future to ascertain where our active transportation hubs are and where we need to focus funds in the future. not just using the projects that were identified in the Transportation Master Plan, but using that data to prioritize them and identify where we need to make adjustments in our plans going forward as well. Similarly, the active transportation strategy and the trails management plan that will be presented in the future would address a number of these concerns as well as drawing in those recreational vehicle use and collecting data on where we need to focus our funds as far as addressing those user types and increasing our modes of transportation that are available to our residents. So at the time of developing the presentation, this was the only change that was identified. However, further feedback has been received, identifying another few errors that would need to be corrected. The errors will be corrected in the Transportation Master Plan report so that they can be presented to committee and council for finalization in the future. If there are other amendments wanted or different items that should be included, we are open to doing so, with the caveat that it will come at a cost because the consultant would have to do further data analysis and data collection and changes and things like that as well. With that said, the next steps the staff would like to proceed with is acceptance of the final Transportation Master Plan once we have the corrected version in front of committee for consideration, likely to occur at next month's meeting so that it can have time to be reviewed and ensure that everything in it is correct, and to use the TMP as a guide going forward. So doing our own policies based on some of the recommendations that were in there, updating our active transportation strategy, updating our road rationalization, and continued regional transit consideration through the Transportation Advisory Committee, and incorporating the growth projects under our infrastructure expansion policy section of the asset management plan. With that, I will pause there. If there are any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you for that. Once again, a whole lot of information. And just to reiterate the fact that this is like an asset management plan, and it can change over time. So there's probably items in there that each one of us doesn't particularly care for, but it's a place to start, I guess. So first up, member from Renfrew.
Yippee. Let me qualify this. I really like the bones of this. I think it's an important planning document going forward, and I like the idea that it's fluid. I don't think you're going to satisfy more than 51% of the people because there's too many new things that you're trying to add in it's very embryonic for some of the things, like some of the complaints about monitoring how many people walk and how many people bike, and that's going to be tough to do. And I think the pop-up curbs and the traffic slowing that you're talking about, or traffic calming, I'm sorry, those are very important features that are new to us, and I think reflect our growing urbanization. So I'm going to be a little controversial. I agree with the concept that Arnprior and Petawawa are increasingly needing more urbanization. I would suggest to you, though, that I think we need to have a serious conversation with them about using area development charges where they seek to make improvement, because specifically, when I look at Daniel Street, I drive down Daniel Street and I see all of a sudden this little old house that's been there for 75 years is suddenly commercial. And then I see an application for it to be either torn down and built into condos or apartment building, or it's going to be torn down and built into a strip mall. That's great. I'm glad for the owner of the house. But whoever makes the transformation from a house to a strip mall is not expecting $1,800 a month rent from that little old house. They're expecting a lot of money, and so to be as revenue. So I think they have to be a part of the growth plan. And I know that's not going to go over very well, but I really think that has to be part of the conversation. And I fully agree with urbanizing Daniel Street. I fully agree with the roundabouts that are being proposed, because when you drive those routes, And I saw one of the comments about another set of traffic lights. One more set of traffic lights on Daniel Street will, you'll never get down Daniel Street without taking your lunch with you to eat in the car. So I really think we have to have that conversation about, a coordinated approach forward and an investment from the private sector that's going to benefit by changing the little house of 900 square feet into a strip mall. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And the whole concept of growth pays for growth needs to be there. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I have a couple of comments. I'll start with, under Book 18 of the OTM, our hardened shoulders don't meet that standard right now. What would the cost percentage-wise, or I know it's going to be different on whether you're laying down two layers or one layer or how many decks, but what would be the cost difference for us to go from what shoulders we put in now to meeting the Ontario Traffic Manual Standard Book 18?
So part of that discussion was it's individualized to the road, but I mean, if you have to do the base, like if you think of how narrow some of the roads are, if you have to do 1.5 meter wide, 4-foot depth base, you're doubling the cost of the road. Lee?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. So Taylor anticipated this question, so actually I have it right in front of me. So 1 meter paved shoulder is $31,200 per kilometer. 1.2 meter paved shoulder is $37,500 per kilometer. 1.5 meter paved shoulder is $47,000 a kilometer. 1.5 meter paved shoulder with the 0.5 meter buffer is $63,000 per kilometer. And then the 2 meter paved shoulder with the 1 meter buffer is $94,000 a kilometer.
Thank you, and I greatly appreciate this is on YouTube, so I can go back and look at those numbers, because I didn't write them down, but thank you.
I'd like Mr. Hanrath to expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, just to add on to those numbers, so that's strictly asphalt and the shoulder prep. If we only have a 9-meter platform, that means that road needs to be widened and a lot of granular brought in and grubbing and things like that in order to meet the platform requirements to pave that wide. So this is where the platform can already accommodate that level of a shoulder, which for 1 meter paved shoulder, a lot of our roads can accommodate it. 1.2 meters, a lot of our roads could accommodate it. Once you get to the 1.5 meter mark, most of our roads are not wide enough to accommodate that level of hardening on our shoulders.
And that was my comment about doubling the cost. Supplementary.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, it's on a different topic. Do you want me to let somebody else go first and then come back to it? Thank
Yes,
you.
please. Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am picking up, but that was not why I raised my hand. I think that there was a chart. I went furiously looking for it. All of those figures that Mr. Perkins just provided, I'm pretty sure there was a chart. I thought maybe it was in the original TMP that we saw in November. Then I thought perhaps it was in the presentation of Mr. Hanrath, but I can't find it. So all of those numbers that Mr. Perkins, much more rapidly than my stenographer skills would allow to keep pace, but I'm sure that chart exists somewhere. Could you confirm that?
Yes, the chart was thrown together rapidly yesterday, but we can provide it.
Okay, I thought I had seen it in a public forum. In any event, I'll get back to where I was going to start with this. So ultimately, there is a couple of these that are all connected, Mr. Chair. When is it anticipated? Let me preface that. So in November, this was presented 198-page without the appendices as a consent item. Today it is simply a delegation, so it has not ever been approved. So there's nothing that needs to be amended through any official capacity. Council has not yet approved this. When is it anticipated that Council, beginning I assume with committee with a recommendation to Council for the approval process?
We discussed that, but I'm going to pass it over to
Thank
Mr.
you, Chair,
Hanrath.
through you. So right now, we want to make sure that we've got all of the required changes known and to the consultant to get it updated and finalized, and then we would present it to committee and council for finalization and approval.
Okay. Is it supplementary or different one?
It is all consistent and of a
Okay,
piece.
continue on.
Mr. Chair. So ultimately, I would strongly urge that we have, whether it be, I assume it would be a dedicated committee meeting. This is an enormous undertaking. I didn't sit in the room when the asset management plan was approved, but I think that was about a 1.5-year process. And I anticipated that there was a lot of back and forth debate, acrimonious at time. Ultimately, it did finally yield a finished product that was the asset management plan. There are a lot of contentious issues on Councillor Emo's suggestion. I am on board with that. We're seeing asymmetrical growth. I think that the funding should be asymmetrical as well. As an example as well, I see within so actually on Councillor Weir's comment, I had the same thing. With respect to the Heart and Shoulders. So just on the numbers that Mr. Perkins provided just earlier, and this year I assume that the paved shoulder will be part of a double lift where a double lift is occurring. So from that, then we are essentially doing 38, just over 38 kilometers this year at $31,200. That comes to $1.2 million. If in fact it went to a 1.2 meter, by my math, it's 1.65 million. So it's about 200 and no more than that, $350,000 more or less, more just that we're doing here. So all of this is summarized by, particularly that we just approved our budget. We're constantly hearing how the budget is challenging, council, and I think we have it completely reversed. I think, in fact, council keeps challenging the budget. If one separates the policy type improvements for pedestrian crossovers, etc., that comes to about $2.25 million, 2.24. That's it. The overall plan here is putting in front of us about $65 million in capital over 20 years without any funding mechanism. I will give a nod to Mr. Hanrath's comment of our growth reserve, but we're already not allocating that additional $3 million. And I don't think that was going to come close anyway. We don't have a funding plan for this. And I think that we have to have some sense of what that's going to be before I can approve our transportation master plan. And the reason I say that is the asset management plan laid out all of the current capital items that need to be kept in good order, whether it is roadway or whether it is a server in IT or whether it is a server at Miramichi Lodge. Ultimately, that captures all of them, but it's the long-term financial plan that essentially puts in place how are we going to fund these. We don't have that for this. And I think that we need to have a very engaged and robust conversation. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Emo. All of these things need to happen. None of this, sorry, let me back that up. I don't know that in fact, I would say that we do not need to be paving the Algonquin Trail in 4 urban communities. From my perspective, I would suggest that should be treated almost like a sidewalk on a county road. We put the road in a certain condition. If the local municipality wants a sidewalk, they pay for the sidewalk. If we want to pave a section of the Algonquin Trail, we'll bring it up to the stone dust standard that we have. If in fact your community will find much more baby strollers, etc., out on that, I dare say that, Councillor Schulis, there will be very few of your residents will ever travel to Cobden or Renfrew or Arnprior to take their baby for a walk on the Algonquin Trail. Ultimately, this is just a précis of the conversation that needs to ensue here. And I don't need to burden this meeting, but I think that this definitely says we need a dedicated session that's going to fully engage without a tie on the transportation master plan.
Noted, and yeah, I would say certainly a meeting on that. It gets into the broader conversation about county roads and all of it together, all of what we do, how we do it. Your municipality has more county roads than mine does. So I have an arena in my community that not every resident uses, but every resident pays for it. So how do you balance that? I have members from Bonisher Valley next.
A lot of my questions have actually been answered, but I did want to know, just when you were rattling off all those great numbers, what is a bike lane, like a real bike lane? How wide would that be?
The desire is 1.5 meters.
It is, okay. I was just wondering if there was like a minimum maintenance or a minimum standard? Minimum is 1.5. The minimum is 1.5, okay, interesting. Well, okay,
Yes.
so my colleague is saying Head and Shoulders are not bike lanes, and that's
why
what
they're
road I
called
was
that.
going down. But I do think it's funny when we're talking about traffic calming, every time we widen a road, especially with those extra Head and Shoulders, it's amazing how the speed goes up. One of the things that actually should be included in that traffic calming, if we have our own speed sign, just let us put them out, like going through the county every time, because some of us move them around. It would just be easier if it was a blanket policy. Yes, put it out. You know that we're putting them where we've gone into the 50 zone, not in the 80 generally, because they're coming into our villages. So that would just be a softball for Taylor to add to the policy.
Thank you for that. Did I see Greater Madawaska?
Yes, Chair, through you. This is going to be a question for CAO Kelly. When we're looking here to see about data collection in real time, I'm just wondering, back in January 29th, 2025, we had a resolution through County Council to look at a data collection and company streetlight data, and we never received a report back on that. So I'm just wondering whether streetlight data or similar data collection could assist us in the traffic master plan for bikes, pedestrians, and such. And also, I know we are just wondering if we have a timeline to get that report back. Thank you.
Through you,
Kelly.
Chair, since it was addressed to me, that report actually did come to committee and council last month. There was a in the consent items. It was in there. So if you want to take a review and bring that back for questioning, we're happy to take them at that time.
Thank you.
Or it went through DMP's committee last
Okay,
month.
thank you.
Okay. Member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I provided a bunch of detailed feedback already to the director, but I wanted to publicly highlight just a couple concerns. I was looking for the foundation data that would build the TMP concept. When I looked at some of the forecasts for population and growth, they extended as far as 2034, 2036. But a 20-year plan would take us to 2046. So the plan, although it forecasts projects that would go out 20 years, we don't really see that forecasted growth. So things like the double laning of the highway to Renfrew, how is that affecting the growth? It listed a number of subdivisions that were planned in there. I noticed there were subdivisions missing that I'm familiar with at various states of approval. Mr. Bruce, sorry, I've lost his last name right now. He briefed us that there are 7,000 lots in various states of subdivision approvals across the county. Where are those lots? Were they considered in the Transportation Master Plan and the future AADTs that will come from those subdivisions being bought? What about the X number of thousand consent lots that are out there? So I was really looking for how that data over a 20-year plan was contributing to the forecasted growth. I got no problem with what was proposed, but I was just looking for the correlation.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's relevant when we say this is a living document, and it'll be updated constantly as like a planning document. Even the growth numbers, I mean, before the member from Petawawa jumps up, I mean, they're already out of date for some of the communities. So, and Mr. Henrith.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Council from Whitewater Region. So the population growths were used to establish growth factors that we could apply to our measured traffic data. Where there were already approved subdivision plans in place, those were still taken into consideration whenever we wanted to flag any areas for those growth projects. Again, this was only the approved ones, not the consent, not the applications that were in place. But the population data was just used for a growth factor for our most recent, to adjust our most recent measured traffic data on the roads. And then adjustments were made from there based on approved subdivisions.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And supplementary?
Sorry, I just gotta, and thank you for the context. I think we just need to put that context in the report. I think you guys have got that part. The second, the other part was just the growth hotspots. As an example, it forecast Horton as a huge growth hotspot. But when you look at the data, and it's in the table you put in your slide today, it's their 1.58% 10-year forecasted growth is 100 people. A 1.58 in Arnprior is significantly more. We need to make sure that that's weighed appropriately, again, with consideration for the double laning. So behind the scenes, I'm sure it's already in your formulas. I just want to make sure that the report reflects that. The last thing is Chair, I want to put weight behind what Councillor Donoghue had talked about with a workshop to talk about the financing of this plan. I mean, you put $65 million on the table. When it's discussed in this forum, I got no problem with it. Let's put it on there. It's all great. When we have to prioritize property taxes going towards raising another $65 million over a 20-year plan, that's going to change the plan. So I'd like to, great to have the plan, but the next step to actually finance it, I think it'll turn back and prioritize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from McNabb Braeside.
Boy, I wish I had a really smart question. This is a basic clarity thing. You're talking about paved shoulders, 1.5 meter, that would accommodate, I would assume, cyclists and active transportation. Is that on both sides of the road or just one side of the road?
Both sides. It's on both
so
sides.
It's both?
Yeah.
Is it feasible when those projects come forward to look at doing like just slightly wider and just do it on the one side? And I mean, how much bicycles or cyclists are going to meet head on?
Don't answer that question.
Would it not save a lot of money to just do one-sided?
Mr. Henrith.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Councillor from McNabb Braeside. So you can put them on one side, but if you follow OTM Book 18, you're going that much wider in order to accommodate the two-way traffic. So there's no savings? Correct. Under Book 18, as long as you have a separated bike lane, you can do it two-way on the bike lane, but it has to be over that. It's much wider than the single, and it has to be separated from the road.
Okay. Member from Petawawa.
Thanks, Chair, and through you. Thanks, Taylor, and all of your crew for putting this together and walking us through it. I know it took a lot of effort. I'd just like to say that Councillor Donoghue has made several good points about forecasting the future and how we're going to finance all of this, especially in the high growth areas. And as well, Councillor Nicholson talking about the forecasts and how some of them are already out of date. And I know you said this is a living document and that there's some flexibility and it will be looked at regularly. And Councillor Doncaster mentioning that some of the data is already out of date. And so I'll build on that with Petawawa, that some of the population statistics have already been passed, and it's only 2026. When you went through this process, and I guess moving forward as this living document is updated, has there been any thought given to bringing in entities like CNL and the Garrison and talking to them about their forecasted growth and how many more employees they're going to have and recruitment levels? And I'm sure everybody's seen the announcement of D&D building 1,000 more housing units in Petawawa and what effect that will have. yes, a certain percentage of those housing units will be filled with people who are couch surfing and living in basements right now, but a lot of them will be filled, I guess I'll say unfortunately, from people who are living in other communities now who want lower rent and want to live closer to work, and the pressures that will put on the community and the traffic as well. So I guess my question is that under consideration?
I don't know if specifically those ones, but I mean, they'll pop up. They could pop up anywhere. They could pop up at the industrial park in Haley Station or in Whitewater. So,
I can speak.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Council from the town of Petawawa. That's part of the reason it has to be a guide. The data is not going to be perfect, but we use the knowledge we have. We establish those growth factors. We apply them to the real-time data that we have from our traffic counts. That we do traffic counts on all of our roads on a 5-year cycle. And we use that data as we're identifying these projects, whether we have a funding plan in place or whether they're a case-by-case basis. And keeping that fluid and adjusting those cost estimates and those traffic estimates and the timelines going into the future. The same way we do with the asset management plan. We have to make adjustments on a yearly basis.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater. You did put your hand up again.
I'm always agreeing.
Okay.
He's very agreeable.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, do we have anything with the urbanization of the roads? I'm going to use Daniel Street in Arnprior. Is there a point where we download to Arnprior or to a municipality when the county road is almost like it is not the bypass, because you have 417 going all the way down, and Daniel Street is if it's urbanization to a certain point, when does that become property of the municipality instead of the county if it's not being used as a artery all the time?
Well, it's based on the road rationalization policy, so the more it's used, probably more it's going to be a county road, not less. So, and connecting links and the whole bit, but let's not go there, please. Member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Chair. Taylor mentioned traffic counts. With the feedback to date with the addition of lights and whatnot, is there a priority on when the traffic counts will be done? I know you do it in 5-year cycles, but we're specifically talking Arnprior and specifically about Madawaska and McLean with the new subdivision at Marshall's Bay, whatnot. Could that count be brought forward?
So at the request of the lower tier, you can request that be done in $750? Oh.
So that one specifically, the intersection counts are done around midsummer. A staff member goes out, it's a 12-hour period, but they hit all of the peak times, and they're manually at the intersection with a board counting turning movements. Our regular traffic counts that are done on the 5-year cycle, it's a radar counter that's put out at specific locations, and it happens in the spring and the fall to get our average AEDTs for the roads. The intersections that we have already flagged for future signalization, like the one you're speaking of, and the one at Vangemar, we do them on an annual basis to check the signalization warrants on them.
Thank you.
And member from Renfrew. Oh,
so just 2 points. One is I see the recommendation to make all of the county roads arterial. That's a significant cost increase every time those roads are upgraded. So, and some of our county roads are quite small and a very limited traffic count. So it seems to be an extravagance that might not be necessary in some areas. So I'm a little concerned about that designation and the cost when it comes time to rehab those roads. If they're going from a very small road, which they are, some of them are now, with minimal shoulders, to an arterial design, which I look at, the platform is quite different. So I'm a little concerned about that, and would probably challenge that that's a hill I'm quite prepared to die on. I think that has to be changed, to be quite frank with you. Then my last point is I don't see anything here, a schedule for electrification or charging routes. How many cars do we expect in the future? You know, the switch over in 2030, how many would be electric? How many by 2035? Are we going to encourage the provincial government to invest more money in putting stations in? So those kinds of things, I think that's a necessary piece that we might not have been as aggressive as we could be, and that's our fault for not suggesting it on the front end. Okay. So, but those are the two pieces.
I'm going to throw those two to Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from the town of Renfrew. So the arterial road classification, that's just classification of the road, not the design. There are certain design standards that you can attribute with an arterial road, but in this case, they're just recommended that all county roads, as they are through TAC, be considered arterial classified roads because they're prioritizing the movement of goods and services and people, not necessarily so focused on the pedestrian traffic. The design considerations, though, there are a number of recommendations in PW01 that would have significant cost considerations. If I can get back to that slide. So the recommendations for PW01 was to update our design criteria to follow a similar cross-section to what's shown here for urban and rural areas. These would be a huge cost if we were to enact them. This would be a policy decision. It's
not in my lifetime.
We don't have an estimate of what the cost would be because it would affect every county road that comes up for construction going forward.
My apologies, I got that confused with arterial. Okay, thank you.
Member from Abbotston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to certainly to Mr. Hanrath and Mr. Perkins. So that this is going to be going through some revision anyway. There is the, which very lately, and we're engaging on that at some point today in this committee, automated speed enforcement is a component of this. It has been banned in the province of Ontario. The other one that I wanted to drill in on was CR 51, Petawawa Boulevard. So in the initial iteration, and I note that in the presentation there was a chart presented that the 25.5 million should in fact be 5.5 million. However, in the original that council reviewed, committee perhaps, in November, everything that was CR 51 was backloaded on the long term, 25.5 million. There was no near term, there was no middle term. So what is being proposed now is 9.1 million in the near term, 12 million in the second term, and 5.5. So in fact, we haven't lost the 25.5 million, it's just been spread out, and now it's 26.6 million, not 25.5 million. So those are errors to be corrected in that, or revised, not corrected necessarily, but revised. The last thing, and this is based entirely on Councillor Service's comments. So I know that when we last had a very robust engagement with Councillor Service's predecessor in this room, on the last pages of the document that we reviewed in November is the various funding streams that are available to us, which are pretty straightforward. They're the ones that have been available to us for years. But I know that when we engaged on CR 51, there was a substantial engagement as nothing can happen here until we get outside sources. In fact, that was the instigation, the genesis of the County Road 51 subcommittee, Petawawa Boulevard subcommittee, was to find those monies. And I remember sitting in this room, and this is the intricacies of how the federal government approves the budget. There was a number thrown around. I'm going to say it was vote 13. So vote 13 was going to allocate money towards contributing towards one of the things that we were talking about. It could have been 18, could have been 28, but it was a very specific vote. And Councillor Service is saying, in fact, there's going to be 1,000 new residential units in his community, whether on base, off base, regardless, in his community. So I think that we also need to continue to be looking outside of kind of those, like the Canada Community Building Fund and OSIV. They're not going to cut it on those things, because we're talking about the entirety of CR 51 being a $26.6 million enterprise. So I think that that needs to be part of this. Anyway, I'm not going to burden that, because that's what this workshop that Councillor Nicholson has referred to it as. I think that we can roll up our sleeves and have a much more useful engagement then. But just for those corrections or revisions, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And part of that conversation back then, just to update the new member from Petawawa, is Petawawa's contribution to that growth also. So. Member from Petawawa. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I may as well weigh in. So I've heard the comment about growth should pay for growth, and I guess I would make an argument that in a way it is partially, growth is partially paying for growth. As the overall assessment goes up in any community that's growing, whether it's Petawawa or Arnprior, that overall assessment increase is, provides extra revenue to the county. Not enough to do all of these infrastructure projects that we're proposing, which is why it was good to see the county working with the town of Petawawa on a project like Murphy Road. And I know it's not an official policy, but there was an understanding that, we're doing something that you don't normally do. You're taking a shave and pave and you're adding curbs and sidewalks. And an unofficial agreement was made that the town would participate in a 50-50 type agreement. And we got done what needed doing. So I don't know if that's something that needs to be written into the policy or if it just depends on individual projects going forward in the future. I'd just like to throw it as well that we're always looking, as Councillor Donahue said, for alternative sources of funding, and the federal government is one of them. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think the roundabout that's being placed at the front gate is being covered by federal dollars. So some of the projects, and it depends a lot on the funding that they receive, and as we know, they are receiving a lot of additional funding right now. I don't want to say the time is ripe to look for partnerships, but it may be an instance right now that the time is ripe to look for these types of partnerships. Okay, that brings me to my question. I'm just wondering about, I know there's not a lot said about prioritizing projects or a priority list and how a priority list is made. Is it just based on traffic counts or is it based on other data?
Well, on our existing asset management plan, it's based on condition and all of that. But for growth, we don't have a prioritization on growth right now. It's kind of as it comes up kind of thing. So based on need. But that's all part of the conversation, all part of this plan. Seeing the time, either we're going to wrap this item up, but we're not going to finish the committee. Do we want to try to finish this item, or do we want to break for lunch now?
If I may, Chair.
How many more questions do we have?
If we're going to have a workshop, why are we asking questions today?
Yeah, that's
I think
part of what I'm trying to get
Yeah.
here is that, I mean, all of this information is great for staff to have because, that kind of forms what they bring back to us and how they frame it when they bring it back. But Mr. Kelly.
No, it was great direction. Well, we haven't got formal direction, but it was a great conversation to have. And we'll look at dates and try to coordinate a date for the workshop moving forward sooner than later, in the next few months at least anyways. And we can workshop it out. It's not on your calendars right now, but we'll look at this for a singular item committee. Month of July is open, and hopefully before. Pardon me? Formal direction would be great because that wasn't part of that. Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything pressing? Any other points that anybody wants to make? Nope. Okay. So member from Edmonton Bromley.
Yeah, I would move that staff be directed to come up with a date workable for a workshop that should be dedicated to the Transportation Master Plan.
And seconder for that, member from Renfrew. Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And I'm going to, what are we, recessing for for lunch. We'll be back at, I don't know, what do we want to do? So that'll be 12:30 then. Perfect. Is half an hour enough? 12:45. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next item on our agenda is communication. We have none listed. And then we'll move along to item 7 and the operations consent report. And I think Mr. Perkins is going to do this for me.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Item 1 is the capital variance report is there for your information. Item 2 is a request for speed limit reduction. Staff will come back with a recommendation in the near future. The county uses warrant-based approach, which is traffic volumes, operating speeds, collision history, road geometry, roadside development, and vulnerable road users. And that's for County Road 26, Doran Road in Petawawa. Trail enforcement report is there for your perusal in the back. There was 10 fines issued at a total of 93 patrols occurred from July to December. Spring load restrictions. So as you're aware, every year we bring in spring load restrictions on our county roads. So they can be imposed from March 1st to May 31st, but we keep an eye on it and we will let you know when that occurs. County Road 72, Ridge Road, which is in Deep River. We have a resolution from the town of Deep River saying that there are no significant changes are anticipated on County Road 72, and as a result of our future community improvement plan. So as we told you earlier, we're going to go ahead and do our work up there this summer on Ridge Road. So operations information update. Again, January brought a variety of weather, as you can see. Our 4 patrol teams have been actively engaged in snow and ice removal, an average of 23 plow deployments during January. Also on the chart on item B is a significant weather event. There is a typo there. We actually have, it's averaging 2 per January month in 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. 2 sections of cedar posts were damaged on Round Lake Road, so we had to get Peninsula Construction in to repair them immediately as they were on a high-speed turn. Quotes and tenders. Quotes and tenders were awarded under the authority of the Director of Public Works and Engineering to the bidder identified in bold. Procurement followed the process set out in GA01, procurement of goods and service, and staff confirmed there is significant funds in the operations budgets to complete the purchase as tendered. So PW 2607, which is a 15K 2-post hoist. As you can see, we had a number of bidders there. We actually chose current systems because they're the only ones that had included installing and commissioning. The other ones were just supply and not to install. So that's why we went with the higher bid there. Delegated authority. So County Road 70, Ruby Road, was awarded under delegated authority. And the bidder was Bonisher Excavating Incorporated, and when you go through the table, you will see that it was under budget by $199,000. So we were quite excited about that, of course, and that's it for the consent report, sir. And there is an addendum to the consent as well.
Okay, let's do the addendum.
Okay, under the addendum to our consent report, item 9 is the Road Safety Initiative Fund. The Ministry of Transportation has announced that the County of Renfrew is eligible to apply for additional application-based funding under the Road Safety Initiatives Fund. The funding supports municipalities in transitioning from automatic speed enforcement to alternative road safety measures. The county was in the process of implementing ASEs at the 3 locations, County Road 51 on Petawawa Boulevard at Pineview Public School, also County Road 52 on Raglan Street South in Renfrew, and at St. Thomas of Apostle Catholic School in Renfrew, and at County Road 58, Round Lake Road at Rockwood Public School. So we've already received $90,000 in intermediate funding, so we're looking at what we can put in those areas, and we can apply for the other $360,000. And all expenses must be incurred before March 31. So staff are going to review this application and apply for what we deem necessary. And that's it for the addendum, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm just going to open it up. Is there any questions on any of the items in the consent agenda? Member from North Algona, Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Perkins. The Trail Enforcement Report, item number 3. With the 93 patrols and fines issued, are the number of complaints from the public going down? Are they staying the same? Are we having any good news there?
So, okay, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Perkins.
Sorry, Chair, through you. Yes, we were having positive feedback, but actually Mr. Hanrath can fill you in on all the details.
Through you, Chair, to the Council from North Algona Wilberforce. Complaints had gone down significantly. In the last approximately 3 to 4 weeks, we have seen a bit of a spike with speeding and lack of stopping for snowmobiles. However, we're working with bylaw enforcement on some of the hotspot areas for that to increase our patrols and curb that as well.
Okay. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you. I have questions on a couple of numbers, Mr. Chair. The Capital Works in Deep River, there was a discussion, I don't know if it was at the last Operations Committee, whether there was an opportunity to perhaps fund a project in BLR that had been deferred to a following year. I know that the chair at that meeting had said, but it's not the entirety of those 2 roadworks in Deep River that are anticipated to be set off for a year. In this event, with what is being pushed here, so the Ridge Road works I'm anticipating are going to be completed in 2025. Is that with what's remaining, would there be opportunity on that set-aside road from Brudenell Lindau Raglan?
So the portion that's being done would not be affected by, the right way to say that, our community improvement plan and downtown revitalization, because all of that would be outside of the county road. And then the section that will be affected that we may realign, and we're doing the engineering work this year, and that will be done, the work will be done in 2027. So that kind of answers your question. Maybe it's available.
Well, not directly, and I'm certainly sensitive to what Deep River is doing, but that's extraneous to my concern. Ultimately, we had budgeted for both of these roadworks in 2026. One of them, you are saying, is now definitely pushed off to 2027. I don't know what the dollar value is that will ultimately is being deferred. I want to suggest it was maybe 1.2 million might have been the roadworks in BLR. I'm wondering if we're even close in having to set aside Deep River, is it Deep River Road? That if there would be funds freed up then to be available, since we're already having to defer the Deep River Road to 27 anyway.
So I'll pass that to Mr. Perkins to see. I'm not sure what the portion of.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and through you. It's something that we'll explore as we go through the rest of the season, because as you've seen, we did have one job coming over under budget, but then the next job came in over budget. So it's something that we'll review as the season goes on and see if there is an opportunity to get back there.
Okay.
Just for clarity, in today's report, we've seen one come in under and one come in over.
Correct.
We've seen about 3 or 4 come in under and one come in over.
That's correct. Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question again on those enforcement reports on the trail. I noticed the one comment from one of the enforcement officers said it would be nice if we had a radar gun. And I know we've talked about that before in here, whether that's allowed or not, or if that's something we're considering.
Well, it's a contracted service, but Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, Mr. Hanrath and I attended a meeting with OPP and our ProTech bylaw enforcement, and that's something that we're actually looking into right now, and see if we can supply them with a radar gun and some other equipment that they may need.
Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions on item 6. One is on item 6B and one is on item 6C. On item 6B, on the significant weather events, and ultimately a significant weather event sets aside the minimum maintenance standard. In any of the significant weather events that have been declared in this winter season, has the MMS compliance been impaired?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm through you. I'm very proud to say that they've never. That we just when we have the opportunity, because under the minimum maintenance standards now we have the opportunity to use the SWE. We enact it just because just the geography of the community. But no, thankfully, I'm very proud to say that the gentlemen have kept up to the minimum maintenance standards every time so far.
Okay, thank you. On item number C. With respect to the guide rails, do we, as property owners along these roadways, do we have any claims through insurance on cost recovery?
So if we know who caused the damage, it's their insurance that we claim it through. And outside of that, I'd say we either pay for it or claim it on our insurance.
Understood that it has to be repaired. And maybe this is more a question for Mr. Burke then. Have we, wherein if there is an accident report where the police respond, then that information will be made available. I'm given to think that everyone by law is required to have insurance traveling on the public roadways, which is not to say that everybody necessarily has it. But ultimately, whatever took out these guardrails, I would expect did some significant damage to their vehicle as well and would have made a claim. So perhaps through you to Mr. Burke, is this a source of revenue year over year of simply insurance claims on damages to our public works?
So I could probably ask Evelyn if she makes claims every year.
Yes, thank you. Through you to committee. Yes, we do put through claims every year. I have a system in place where I can find information if it's been reported by the OPP through an ERIS system, and I download the information and I will get the insurance plus the name of the incident of the person who was responsible for the damages, and we do. First, we send the invoice to the individual, and if they do not come up with the funds, then we will put it through the insurance companies. And finance takes care of the invoicing for me.
And then maybe Mr. Burke, do you have a value that average value we claim every year?
Through you, Chair, no, not offhand. I would say that on any given year, there's probably about 10 to 15 of these claims. They are usually substantial in the $10,000 to $20,000 range, as you'd expect for the value of the thing that's being destroyed. And they are somewhat painful to try and collect, and it's somewhat of a negotiation with the individual or insurance company, but it is an ongoing source of revenue. To an earlier comment, though, our roads are not insured, so there's no mechanism where we would claim that against our own insurance. It's only the individual who did the damage, and should they have insurance, they could fall back on.
And where might we find that revenue in the budget?
Through you, it would be Public Works outside recoveries.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on any other items in the consent report, including the addendum? All right, seeing none, going twice, I would recommend, I would entertain a recommendation that the consent report and the addendum to the consent report be received as information. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Nothing further. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now we'll move on to item 8, the discussion reports. And I'll go back to the Director of Public Works and Engineering.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'll read the recommendation to get it on the floor. Nation building opportunity for Highways 11 and 17. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council endorse and direct that a letter be sent under the Warden's signature to the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, expressing strong support for the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, correspondence regarding a nation-building opportunity under the Build Canada Act and associated nation-building criteria to upgrade Highways 11 and 17, with particular emphasis on the urgent need to modernize the Highway 17 corridor within the County of Renfrew, a critical segment of the Trans-Canada Highway, and that the letter highlight FONAM's confirmation that, should the Province of Ontario formally advance this project as a priority, the Government of Canada is prepared to participate at a 50% funding level, and that the letter emphasized that upgrading Highways 11 and 17, particularly the Highway 17 corridor serving the County of Renfrew, meets all nation-building criteria, including improved public safety, economic growth, national security, Indigenous participation, climate resilience, and shovel-ready readiness. Noting Ontario's progress through its Plan 2+1 pilot and the need for a clear and public federal signal to unlock all full provincial participation.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Head Clara Mariah, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. And some background, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the background here is we did receive a letter from the President of the FONAM, and which they had sent to the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, and we just want to piggyback on that ourselves, please.
Sorry. Comments, questions? Member from McNabb Braeside.
Just a comment, this would be the appropriate time for it. First of all, thank you for picking up the ball that the multiple delegations started at Roma, and likely we will continue kicking that ball at AMO. Of interest, in the 3 weeks since we sat down at that delegation, Sean Patrick, who was 56 years old, Ron Poirier, who was 71, George Scaff, who was 77, in 3 weeks, were all killed in head-ons in McNabb Braeside and Horton regions. All of them, the accidents would not have been as catastrophic had the twinning been in place. People are dying. We cannot drop the ball on this. So thank you for keeping the momentum going.
Thank you for that. Member from Renfrew.
Thank you very much. Glad to see this and more than happy to support it. It's been a long-standing effort of this chambers to engage on Highway 17. We did make a shift a few years back where we conducted missionary work, which was essentially talking to FONAM and NOMA about Highway 17 with the understanding that it needed to be a beyond jurisdictional project. And so we linked the three organizations together. I speak with both of the chairs on a regular basis, and we share information. This is just a continuation of it, and you know, I was very pleased when FONAM made note of us in the fall when they went down to meet with the Minister of Transportation, or I believe Transportation in Ottawa, and a couple of MPs. And so they made mention of us. They also made mention of us in a couple of their press releases. So, you know, I think this is the next step to that. And I don't think we're going to drop the ball because we have some momentum, and there are some other things that are being talked about doing to link the whole development together. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you for that. I don't know where this would get categorized, but I'm going to suggest that perhaps we could add the wording in, or at least I get a certified copy from the clerk to take with me to the FCM board meeting next week. It is a project of national interest, so I think it may fall into that. FCM does a lot of advocacy on those types of projects. There's a cycle to get something in kind of the hopper, which we've missed, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't add it into something. So I'd certainly take it with me and drop it on their laps in a way. Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just an administrative question. I was looking for the attached letter, and I couldn't find it on the agenda.
I couldn't either.
I don't know if I had updated my agenda here, but if it's on there, if someone could point me in the right direction, please.
Yeah. Do we know? Yeah, I don't think it was attached. I don't believe. The one from FONAM, you mean? Yeah. I don't believe so.
No, my apologies through you, Chair. We'll make sure we get that to council.
Okay. And so procedurally, Do I need to add that in for some reference to FCM or? No?
Sorry, to you, Chair. No. Typically, well, depending, and we sometimes have direction or by route, we send these out to all municipalities and relevant agencies, including the Prime Minister, the Premier, and otherwise. So we just include FCM perhaps, or certified copies, just a request. Yeah.
Fair enough. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? And that is carried. Now where are we? Oh, sorry. Ms. Perkins, number 2.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll read the recommendation again to get it on the floor. Ministry of Transportation Collaborative Highway 17 projects. So the recommendation here is that staff be directed to begin dialogue with the Ministry of Transportation staff to explore alternatives for accelerated delivery of Highway 17 improvements.
You got a mover and seconder for the recommendation, moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The background here is that during preliminary discussions held prior to and throughout the recent Rural Ontario Municipalities Association delegations, senior staff from the Ministry of Transportation identified a potential opportunity for increased collaboration regarding planned intersection improvements along Highway 17 corridor. Specifically, MTO staff suggested that there may be value in exploring a model under which the county assumes a lead role in advancing certain intersection designs from our Highway 17-417 strategic advancement and coordinate activities subject to further analysis and formal approval. Given the strategic importance of Highway 17 as a primary transportation corridor for the region, supporting economic development, goods movement, and public safety, it is prudent for the county to assess the feasibility of implications of such a role. To that end, staff are seeking committee's direction to initiate structured discussions with MTO officials to clarify expectations, scope, resource requirements, and potential partnership frameworks. These preliminary discussions would support a more support a more informed evaluation and enable staff to report back with options and associated impacts for committee consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to clarify, I think the idea is that we do the work, but they pay all the bills. So just so everybody's aware of that. So, yeah. Yeah, so any comments or questions? Seeing, member from Renfrew.
That ringing endorsement. But I think this is a great idea, and it's the way of the future. The province does not have the capacity to do too many projects at once. They certainly don't have the capacity to conduct them outside of the Toronto core, and they're always concerned and somewhat bewildered by ensuring they get local input. Given that the intersections that are being considered for roundabouts are usually county-province intersections, with the exception of the one outside of Pembroke, it makes sense that we take a very active role in it because it could likely lead to reduced costs and better designs.
Yeah, thanks for that. And it was an interesting reaction when we presented it to them. It was like a light bulb kind of went on, and somebody said, "I wonder if we can do this." So, anything further? Member from Bonaire Valley.
Thank you, Chair. There could be cons associated with this model as well. So I think we all have to, dip our toes in slowly, as it hasn't been done before with the province. I love it, but we're going to have to be very cautious, I think.
Okay. Thanks for that. Seeing nothing else, all those in favor? And that is carried. Move on to item number 3, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. The recommendation, trail name for former CN Trail. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee directs staff to develop a public engagement process to identify potential names for the recreation trail along the former CN rail line.
Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation, please?
Oh, sorry.
Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, and Head Clare Mariah. Fairly straightforward, start a process.
Yep.
Please. Public engagement to name that portion of the trail. And we've already used the Algonquin Trail, so the appropriateness of that isn't there. Mr. Kelly's not reacting to any comments or questions? It's fairly straightforward. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 4.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council. Item number 4 is the 2026 recreational trail work plans and budget. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve the 2026 works plans as presented for the Algonquin Trail, the K&P Recreation Trail, and the currently unnamed trail over the former CN line.
So can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Bonnechere Valley, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. The background is there for you to read. There's obviously just a lot of information there. The approved 2026 budget includes maintenance funds in the amount of $200,000 for Algonquin Trail, $25,000 for K&P Recreational Trail, and $40,000 for the CN Rail. So Taylor and his group have put this together, and staff have prepared a base work plan and the recreational trail as outlined in the tables below.
Yep. Comments or questions? Member from Abbotston Brownlee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Not directly on this business, but that the trails now have been located within operations. I'm wondering, is the Recreational Trails Advisory Committee, is that like a vestigial entity? We do not have an advisory committee for the linear assets of the county of Renfrew, the roads, et cetera. I'm wondering, has it not served its purpose in getting us to this point that it would continue? I would assume that this committee is kind of the advisory committee of all things operations.
Yes. The only caveat to that is the Algonquin Trail is still in the process. Well, we have partners involved with that. So, but I don't know, Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I would just suggest that all committees, of course, as you know, are reviewed regularly, annually with the warden and the members of the striking committee, that this could be, it certainly has been something we've discussed about the need moving forward. If you recall, of course, as you would, the KMP had some advisory, some members from the outside group, which is no longer in existence. So the time would be soon to consider merging this into this, as opposed to repeating itself 2 or 3 times before it gets to council for approval.
Yeah, I don't need to go to another meeting, so.
Well,
supplementary?
By your leave, ultimately, that kind of informed where I was going with this. There was certainly a value when there were public members of both the, well, I don't know if there were ever public members on the Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail, but it had long-standing been part of the Kingston and Pembroke for the KNP, who was Councillor Hodnott. But now that that has been removed and it is entirely an advisory body of elected, it certainly seems to me that even notwithstanding that there are still outstanding capital portions that are required to be handed over, that we're going to have a relationship both with Cameron Papineau and with Lanark counties, I think that those could still be facilitated by the Operations Committee, that it does seem now to almost be a redundant redundancy department. Maybe that's something, I'm not going to move that, but I think perhaps at the next time that the striking committee is convened, it might warrant a discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly it has been discussed. So anything further on the work plan and the budgets to go with the 3 projects? Seeing nothing, I will call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation, and that is carried. Item number 5, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. PWO 2026-12 is light towers, so the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve quotation PWO 2026-12 as submitted by East Rock Equipment, Vars, Ontario, for supply and delivery of light towers in the amount of $34,802.50 plus taxes.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. The need for these? Background, please.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Chair. And through you to committee. Yeah, sorry. So a request for quotations was issued and supply and delivery of 2 light towers. Quotations were received up until February 17th, and we had one submission. But upon review, we found that they were competitive with other suppliers that Mr. Beam and his group looked at. So the budget was only for $30,000, so that's why we have to bring it to you, because the cost is of the lowest submission, including net HST, is $35,404.58. But we can cover the overage within our 2026 equipment budget. So, thank you.
Right. Now I missed my note on that. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. And item number 6, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 6 is PWC 2026-01, rehabilitation of County Road 1, River Road, and County Road 20, Castlefoot Road. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommend that County Council approve contract PWC 2026-01 as submitted by McCrae Excavating Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for rehabilitations of County Roads 1, River Road, and 20, Castleford Road, in the Township of Horton, in the amount of $1,128,019.20 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you for that. Mover and seconder for the recommendation, please. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. And I'm not touching this.
Thank you, Chair. The request for tenders was issued in rehabilitation of County Road 1 and County Road 20. The tenders were received on 2 p.m. on February 18th, and the results are below, of course. The financial implications here is that the 2026 budget for County Road 1, because we combine these projects, so County Road 1 was $333,960, and County Road 20 was $778,160, which would have gave us a total of $1,112,120. So once the tenders came in, as you can see, it's $130,000 over budget. So though the costs of projection are to be over budget, staff confirmed that we do have savings from other capital projects that have been awarded to date. And as required by the County Policy GA01, procurement of goods and services, awards emanating from an RFT that are greater than $100,000 in excess of council-approved estimate require approval from County Council.
Thank you for that. And just when I look through this, so the primaral, no, that's not the right word. So most of the cost overrun can be attributed to County Road 1. But so just for the separation of where the costs are coming from.
Yeah, that's correct. And because we're removing the intersection here at the intersection of Castleford and River Road 1, if we were to continue on with pulverize and pave and then repave over the road, actually the road would be it would be significantly higher, and it may affect driveways coming out onto that section of road. So we're actually doing a full depth rehabilitation in that intersection. So that was one of the reasons that there was an overreach.
Comments, questions? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding then the cost driver in this instance, so ultimately it kind of came back to design, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Presumably then, given the grade change that might be, this would have applicability perhaps in future design work as well?
Yeah. When this was being kind of evaluated, the advantage of having more engineering staff to be able to do the engineering design work in advance before we go to tender, so that we know what we're getting into before we put it out to tender. Because we don't have the capacity to do all these projects now. If you look at the whole capital works program, the engineering work's done kind of at the same time. So that's sometimes why the budgets are over or under a little bit when we run into added scope to the project. So it's kind of the part of the business case for having more engineering staff. So, anything further on that? This one. Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor, and that is carried. And we have bylaws.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7 is bylaw enforcement assignment, and the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that a bylaw be adopted to appoint the following 2 bylaw enforcement officers for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew. Number 1 is Mr. Kevin Raditz, Manager of Real Estate, and number 2 is Protect 5 Incorporated, Pembroke, Ontario, and that a contract be executed for bylaw enforcement services from Protect 5 Incorporated, Pembroke, Ontario, and that bylaws 102-21, a bylaw to appoint a bylaw enforcement officer for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, 5424, a bylaw to appoint a bylaw officer for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew on County of Renfrew-owned recreational trails, and 5625, a bylaw to appoint a bylaw enforcement officer on County of Renfrew-owned forests be repealed.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from Bonisher Valley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Comments, questions? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Just one I had noticed in here, and I don't even know whether it's the proponent, whether it's the county, but it was in particular to tree planting. And it looked like there was a fair size of tree. Was the minimum requirement of 1.6 meters? That's a tree that's fairly well along. When I do the conversion for those of a certain age, that's 5 1/4 feet. That's pretty substantial. What was driving that as the minimum size?
Mr. Hanrath.
You want that one? Jason?
Oh.
Sorry.
Through you, Chair, so thank you for the question. Typically, a tree of that size, and I'm just taking over a little bit just because of our history with the trail system, especially in a certain area in and around Burns Drive, where to have a larger sized tree in the area produces that barrier that we're looking for. When you have the smaller trees of inches, it'll take years before it actually acts as a barrier between noise and sound and dust. So this way we can have a minimum standard of a certain size. It helps with that kind of why we're putting things there.
I'm not going there. Okay, anything further? I will call a question. All those in favor, and that is carried. On we go.
Thank you, Chair. Item 8 is trail wayfinding and commercial signage policy. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council that a bylaw to adopt and to approve County Policy PW16, trail wayfinding and commercial signage, and that bylaw 10121, a bylaw to regulate the placing, erecting, and altering of signs upon or adjacent to county trails be repealed, and further that the user fee bylaw be updated accordingly.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. Relatively self-explanatory. Draft of recreational trail signage policy provided to committee for input and consideration. Draft policy has undergone a number of minor changes in consultation with the Economic Development, Ottawa Valley Cycling, Active Transportation Alliance, Renfrew County ATV Club, Ontario Federation of Snowmobiles, District 6, and Ontario Federation of Trail Riders. The bylaw sets the process by which businesses may request commercial signage along the trail and also provides a means for additional trail aesthetics infrastructure. The Recreation Trails Advisory Committee had no concerns with this proposal.
Thank you for that. Comments, questions? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
This is probably for Mr. Kelly, the parliamentarian. I'm wondering if the minutes could reflect that this was the item I was asking my question about, and not, in fact, the last one. I'm trying to speed things up here.
I wasn't confused at the time either, but fair enough. So, yeah, it's a bigger barrier. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. Number 9.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Item 9 is alterations to county roads and structures. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw approving the alterations to county roads and structures for the 2026 construction season.
Mover and seconder for the recommendation, please. Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is a housekeeping item for us. We do this every single year. As you know, the Municipal Act, as amended, allows the municipality to pass bylaws. What this does for us is it allows us on our county roads to put in detours, signage, that sort of thing for construction ahead. So it's just a housekeeping item for us.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, that's carried. And then the never-ending construction project.
Item 10, property acquisition at 2105 Foy Mount Road. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommend that County Council that a bylaw be adopted to acquire the property described below, and that the property description below be dedicated as part of the public highways upon registration of the transfer documents. Part 9 on Plan 49R 20192 from Ray and Lula Heidemann for the sum of $2,000.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by the member from Bonacieux Valley, seconded by the member from North Algonquin-Wilberforce. Fairly straightforward. Is there any more of these? I think there is a couple, isn't there? No? You're kidding. That we know of. He said it should be. That we know of, okay. Yeah, fairly straightforward. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. Member from Edmonton Bromley.
So this, if I recall, there was an attempt in 2023. This was kind of a batch.
It's expired.
And in fact, I think this might be the second one gopher that has popped up since. And just to confirm, so we have a high level of confidence that we are now done with property acquisition on 512.
It is certainly the second one. Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So this one was missed in the initial batch. That's why the initial agreement ended up expiring. It wasn't included in that all-encompassing bylaw. But this should be the last one. Not going to commit 100%, but should be the last one.
Anything further? Seeing nothing. All those in favor of the recommendation? And that is carried. Yes. And yeah, I don't have it here. The addendum, please.
Sorry, yeah. Item 11 is C308, Tomasini Culvert replacement. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve request for proposals, PWC 2026-59, as submitted by Armtech Incorporated, Cambridge, Ontario, for the manufacture, supply, and delivery of a culvert in the amount of $82,795.80, plus applicable taxes, and that the Operations Committee approve request for quotations PWC 2026-60 as submitted by Thomas Kavanagh Construction Limited of Pembroke, Ontario, for aggregate supply and/or supply and delivery rates in the upset amount of $58,960, plus applicable taxes, for the replacement of county structure C308 Tomasini Culvert located in the township of Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Head Clara Mariah, seconded by the member from Armprior. Am I missing anybody?
She's gone.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. So there's some background here. The rehabilitation of County Road 58, Round Lake Road from Bonacieux River Bridge to Foy Corridor is included in the 2026 capital budget. So during data collection in the support of the design for the rehabilitation, staff noticed large holes rusted through on county structure C308, which is Tomasini Culvert. The structure is located approximately 0.3 kilometers west of Red Rock Road within the township of Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards, and falls within the limits of the County Road 58 rehabilitation project. Tomasini Culvert was planned for replacement in 2030. However, given the severe condition of the structure and the requirement to complete road rehabilitation works over the structure, advancing the replacement to 2026 is necessary. Staff have completed the budget estimates for both the structure replacement and the road rehabilitation. Reserve Creek flows through Tomasini Culvert before outletting into Round Lake Road, or into Round Lake. Round Lake is a dam controlled through Renfrew power generation, with water levels at their lowest from mid-March to mid-April. Replacing the structure during this period is considered most beneficial, as it allows for maintaining an alternate lane of traffic, makes the CAO's ride to work a little smoother every day. minimizing the dewatering costs, reducing the overall construction footprint, and limiting potential negative impacts on the surrounding environment. County staff have received approval from the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to proceed with the project outside the typical in-water window of July to September. Requests are quoted down below. They were received on February 24th. The costs represented are an upset cost amount based on supply and delivery of type 2 crushed aggregate, or however supply only rates and type 1 rates were also attained, each of which would reduce the overall cost of from above if needed. So the financial implications here are that there was $2.6 million identified for the County Road 58 Round Lake Road rehabilitation. However, Thomas Evening Culvert wasn't included in that original budget. It's estimated that the inclusion of the replacement of the culvert will cost approximately $95,000 on the County Road 58 budget, and that this overage can be accommodated through savings on other projects awarded so far. The cost of the lowest submission for PWC 2026-59 supply of the culvert, including HST, is $84,253.01. The upset cost for the lowest submission for PWC 2020-60 supply of aggregate, including HST, is $59,970. So as per the requirements of Corporate Policy GA01, procurement of goods, services, awards emanating from RFP or RFQ that are $100,000 or less in excess of the council-approved estimate required approval from appropriate standing committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from McNabb Brace. Oh.
Any questions?
Oh, sorry. Did I already do that? I did. Any comments, questions? Sorry. This is going on here. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
I have a couple, Mr. Chair, if I might. So, and I know that this was in the email, it's not in the report. So when the email yesterday said there was an unexpected over budget, seems counterintuitive since we added an element to the project that wasn't initially in the project, and it turns out to be a fairly substantial amount. The total cost with taxes would be $144,000, and yet the director is suggesting that we're going to be $95,000 over budget, which seems terribly optimistic since CR 58, the underlying project, does not seem to have been tendered yet, or at least completed yet. So my question then is, and the salient ones, first is, when was the determination made to advance Thomasini's culvert from 2030?
Mr. Henrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. As data collection was being done to support the design of the road, our technicians stopped to have a look at the culvert and noted large holes in place. On noting that, we had our infrastructure coordinator and our civil designer go out to site to check the condition of the culvert to see if it was in fact requiring replacement as soon as possible, or if it was lineable, or if a holding pattern could be put into place. At this time, given the holes that are occurring much more prematurely than expected in this stage of the life of the structure, we thought it would be most beneficial to proceed with replacement now, given that the cost of pavement and things like that would be included in the road project, and the fact that it likely wouldn't make it to 2030 at this stage in its deterioration as well. Part of the reason for the timing of it was we had to get approval from Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Ministry of Natural Resources before we'd be able to move ahead with construction in mid-March. Otherwise, procurement and things like that wouldn't have gone ahead this soon in the project, and it would have been delayed out until July if we were even approved to go ahead with it this year.
That's one.
So I'm certainly sensitive to that, but I'm looking for a calendar. Like we approved our budget a month ago. Was this after we approved the budget that the determination was made, even notwithstanding that we still needed to get DFO and M&R approvals? If this was made like in December, November of last year, it seems reasonable that that should have been part of the budgeting process. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Mr. Henrath.
It would have been mid to late January.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I had is, so what is the window of in-water that is provided here that just in an offline conversation with the director suggested that if in fact this was not addressed today, but in fact in 2 weeks, that we would not be able to complete this. So what is the window that the DFO unexpectedly provided to us for in-water works here?
I don't know. Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So we've worked with DFO to get approval to work sooner than expected. Typically for works within a waterway, there's fishery restrictions and that you're only allowed to work in the below the high water mark from July 15th to September 30th on a typical year, which was applicable for Reserve Creek whenever we did our screening through MNR. So contacting DFO, we notified them that the water in this location is at its lowest from mid-March to mid-April, which is the best time to do construction whenever there's little water to deal with. We don't have fisheries issues in that case. We don't have dewatering issues. We don't have to worry about detouring traffic because whenever water's higher, we'd have to look at closure of the road in order to facilitate construction of the project. So DFO has given us approval to work in that window from mid-March to mid-April. They have not given us firm dates. They just asked us to proceed with the project.
Okay, thank you.
Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question on process. So I understand the discussion about the late addendum, but for right now the culvert was going to be replaced in 2030, but we decided to do the road in 2026. Did we contemplate delaying the road until 2030 in the asset management planning process? If the road had been planned for 2030 and we realized the culvert needed to be done right now, would we be doing the road this year too? The culvert and the road? It's an asset management thing. We don't need to get into it today, but that's what came into mind when you were talking about the dates.
Mr. Henrath.
So typically we do try to align culvert replacements so that they occur in the same year or the year before with the road projects. Unfortunately, that didn't happen on these two assets.
Anything further? Mr. Brumley.
I missed one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Mr. Perkins could identify what was the budget for Thomasini's culvert in 2030?
I don't know. Mr. Perkins?
Hang on.
I can tell a story or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a lot more challenging questions, but I have a very favorable fortune cookie outcome after lunch.
So did I.
It's made me feel better about me.
Did you take my crystal ball? Mr. Henrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the cost for replacement identified in 2030 was $320,000. That would have included engineering costs and was based on replacement of the size of the structure, whereas we're receiving fairly favorable pricing on the structure supply on this stage.
I would say so.
50% is very favorable. Yeah.
Anything further?
Sorry, Chair, through you, we are doing it in-house too. Our crew's going to do it.
There's half price. Hire another CET or something. Anything further on this one? Seeing nothing. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 12 is the 1 3-ton truck with plow unit. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve the purchase of 1 3-ton truck and plow unit under contract PWO 2026-06 as submitted by Everest Equipment, Ayers Cliff, Quebec, in the amount of $250,000 plus applicable taxes.
Can I have the mover and seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Bonaire Valley.
Thank you, Chair. The background here is a request for tenders through the Canoe Procurement Program for the supply and delivery of 1 3-ton truck and plow unit were received until 2 p.m. February 24th. Submissions resulted as follows. Everest was in at $250,000. Rush Truck Centers were in at $285,000. The current 2026 operations budget includes funds in the amount of $240,000 for a 3-ton truck and plow unit. Staff have reviewed the submission and recommend that the balance of the required funds be obtained from savings incurred from previous purchases, and that the contract be awarded. This procurement process was in accordance to the County of Renfrew Corporation Policy GA01, Procurement of Goods and Service.
So coming in at just shy of $15,000 over budget. And this is the same truck that we bought 2 years ago?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, yes. When we bought this truck 2 years ago, it was $240,000. So 15.
Member from McNabb Braeside.
I just wanted to point out the conversation we had earlier about Buy Ontario. There's $35,000 right there, because if Buy Ontario was in place today, this company that we're going with is from Quebec. The next bid was $285,000 more. Under the Buy Ontario, we would be obligated to go with the second bid. So right there, today, there's $35,000 extra we would have had to pay. So when they were looking for examples, there's one right there.
Thanks for pointing that out. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Kelly.
I just got to clarify a little bit, sorry, through you, Chair. So when the Buy Ontario Act, it talks about where it's manufactured. So we're just buying, these are essentially dealers. I understand your point entirely, but these are dealers, and we're just buying basically an apple from a different dealer, right? So we would have to go back to this one to say, where are these trucks manufactured? Are they manufactured in Oakville or Oshawa? That's the granularity of what the Buy Ontario Act is suggesting.
Okay. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just going back to our conversation earlier about servicing, where we had some issues prior that the councillor from Renfrew brought up. Are we going to require, if any servicing is going to be done, will we be having to take it back to Ayrscliffe, Quebec, which I think is around Sherbrooke, Quebec. So it's, what about, I don't know, 3-hour drive, both ways. So I'm just wondering whether we're going to be able to have maintenance done here, or can we do it in-house?
He's not here, so it's up to you.
No, thank you, Chair. And through you, no, I do know this one, sorry. So we do have warranty on the truck right off the bat. So anything that's a warranty issue is taken care of by them. But also, our mechanics are certified to do warranty work on these trucks. So if it's only minor repairs, we can do it in-house and it's still warranted. If it's something severe, then it'll go back to those guys at their cost.
Member from Edmonton Brumley.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out also, along the same lines as Mr. Kelly's response to Councillor Hoddinott, right? I think in the current guise, it is anticipated that fleet is exempted from the requirements as well. Is that not correct?
Through you, Chair, is anything greater than, I guess, than light duty? And this is beyond light duty, obviously.
Okay, so this would in fact be exempt from the requirement in any event.
That example, but...
And through you, Chair, if it makes you feel better, the F600 truck is manufactured in Oakville. The chassis is, obviously the parts that go on the truck are from everywhere else, but the actual chassis.
Or it was, anyway.
Yeah, it was in Oakville, Ontario.
Yeah. Member from Bonus Valley.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify, the warranty work cannot be done outside of a dealership. So it's not the warranty, we are not certified, no mechanic is certified outside of the dealership. It is only things, oil change, brakes, plugs, belts, that kind of thing that our mechanics can do. Something major, it will have to go back to Ayrscliffe. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the report.
Okay, I need a mover and seconder to accept the report as a whole. Moved by the member from Edmonton Bromley, seconded by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. Anything further on any item? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Is that it? That's it. That's it. I would get there. I don't have it.
Thank you, Chair. Item 9 is deferred reports. We have none.
Right, sorry.
Item 10 is verbal reports.
Verbal reports
Sorry.
from staff.
You got it? Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks for that. We have no closed session. Here, do you want to just do the rest? New or other business? Seeing none, I would recommend, or entertain a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the regular meeting held at this meeting, and the regular meeting be held on Wednesday, March 25th, after the other committee. All those in favor? That is carried. We're adjourned. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Evelyn?
Yes, we haven't had mover and a secondary yet for this.
Oh, moved by the member from Renfrew. Oh, yeah, you're right. And seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Call the question again. All those in favor? It's carried. We are adjourned.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our Development and Property Committee, which I am going to call to order at 2 o'clock on February the 25th, 2026. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to the adoption of the minutes for January the 28th, 2026. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Head Clare and Mariah, second by Councillor from Laurentian Valley. Any omissions, errors, or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And I'll need a recommendation that the closed minutes for January the 28th, 2026 be approved. And if there's any errors or omissions, we would have to go back into closed. Moved by member from Greater Madawaska, second by member from McNabb-Braeside. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we do have a delegation today, and I am pleased to welcome virtually Heather Inwood-Montrose, the Small Business Advisor for Enterprise Renfrew County, and she's here to give an update. Heather, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Brose and Warden Murphy, Chair Brose, and esteemed council members. It's my pleasure to join you today to share information about the imperative services offered by Enterprise Renfrew County, the challenges we face, and the opportunities we aim to develop. Enterprise Renfrew County has been serving entrepreneurs across our region for over 35 years, and we are a member of the Small Business Centres of Ontario. There are 54 small business enterprise centres located provincially. Our mission is all about inspiring entrepreneurship. Enterprise Renfrew County recognizes that small businesses are the backbone of our communities, and we believe people can thrive when they're given encouragement, the right tools, and guidance to help them reach their goals. We are a nonprofit program funded by the Government of Ontario through the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade in partnership with the County of Renfrew, the City of Pembroke, and the Town of Renfrew. Today, we will review how we deliver our services, a snapshot of our outcomes, the challenges we face, and proposed solutions. So ERC has conducted thousands of consults over the past 35 years. Currently, we're averaging approximately 300 plus annually. And it's important to understand that our mandated target under our transfer payment agreements is actually 175. Now, we're not trying to exceed this target, but the total reflects the level of community need that we are seeing. Enterprise Renfrew County is a knowledge and training-based organization. We provide resources and information to help entrepreneurs build a strong business foundation. And we do that by assisting people with the development of business and financial plans, marketing plans, help people prepare for financing applications, sourcing grants. We also provide regulatory guidance, so through financial training or referrals to different organizations, we support in a variety of ways. We offer 2 flagship training programs. So Starter Company Plus is a fast-track intensive business development program where we focus on the development of a full business plan and 2 years of financial projections. This includes access to topic experts, trainers, and mentors, an opportunity to pitch through a competition for up to a $5,000 Startup or Grow grant. And we traditionally, through our core base funding, administer $60,000 in grants annually. We intend to expand on this program a bit moving forward, and I will talk about this further in the presentation. We also host the Summer Company program, which is a youth entrepreneurship training program, which includes, again, guidance on business startup and operations. It includes a grant of $3,000 per participant to start their businesses, and we traditionally issue $15,000 total in grants annually. We host a variety of webinars and events every month, and ERC is grateful to our sponsors, without whom we could not offer the breadth and scope of the webinars and events that we do because of our core budget constraints. So your support brings Small Business Month events to your communities, and it enables us to approximately double the number of webinars that we offer each month. So here you see a few images from our Small Business Month events last year, and a few posters for some of the webinars that we've hosted in February and that are coming up in March. I joined the team in 2022, so I can speak confidently to our outcomes since that period in time. We have conducted over 1,200 business consultations. Over 3,700 inquiries have been fielded. We've had over 2,500 people attend our workshops, webinars, and events. We've facilitated over 2,500 referrals to partner organizations. And we have tracked outcomes of 191 businesses started in that 4-year period and 346 jobs added to our region. Now, we know that that's just the tip of the iceberg. You know, we base these validated results on our quarterly surveys that we conduct with our clients, but we recognize that we're not getting the full picture of how many businesses have started and jobs were added. We have issued $352,000 in grants, and we have leveraged over $1 million of investment into our region simply through the Starter Company Plus program. And this is validated through the business plans and the pitches, and does not include dollars invested through our core consultations, which we're not required to track. So from this, you can see that the contributions that ERC makes to regional economic viability at a grassroots level is comprehensive. That said, we are facing challenges similar to the other small business centers across the province. We've had budget deficits with core funding stagnant for over a decade, and our transfer payment agreements have decreased from what was traditionally a 3-year agreement to 2-year contracts. While we received top-off funding for the past 2 fiscal years, which went toward program grants and participant seats, this is not guaranteed moving forward. The Small Business Centres of Ontario executive team has been advocating at Queen's Park for the recognition of the significant contribution of the small business centres as the first point of contact for entrepreneurs who are starting and growing businesses. And ERC is also grateful to you, County Council members, the Warden, and the CAO of Renfrew County for taking an active advocacy role at AMO, Roma, and Queen's Park to urge increased funding to support us in delivering on our outcomes and expected targets. Staff have also been advocating to our regional representatives and to their upper management teams for several years, indicating that the core funding is insufficient to retain 2 full-time staff, maintain our service quality, and to adequately deliver on our program and service levels. We have been funding our wage shortfalls for the past several years with funds that were underspent previous to 2022. This is anticipated to be expended in full this year. The County of Renfrew's budgeted contribution, which again we're grateful for, has remained at just over $28,000 for the past decade. And while we are currently in negotiations for our upcoming transfer payment agreements, budgets at this stage remain at status quo, which is just over $236,000 annually, with a shortfall of approximately $35,000 annually. Now, that number is influenced by the sponsorships and fees that we might bring in from events. And without those sponsorships and fees, that shortfall would look more like about $50,000. And we anticipate that this will increase as the cost of living and related wage rates increase. However, we are a forward-thinking team, and along with the members of the Small Business Centres of Ontario Network, we've been adopting a proactive approach to explore revenue-generating opportunities to help support our nonprofit program activities. We did implement our sponsorship program in 2023, which has been embraced by the municipalities. Again, thank you for that. And we aim to shift to a single Starter Company Plus cohort this year. Now, the reason for that is twofold. Number one, The fall intake has traditionally been lower than the spring, which risks not spending the grant funds, which would mean we'd have to return those funds. We don't want to do that. Also, because Small Business Month occurs at the same time as the fall intake, there have been pressures on staff and capacity to deliver everything we are delivering. So ERC is one of only 3 centers left across the province of the 54 total who are still offering 2 intakes. So much as the others have already done, we're aiming to offer a single cohort, which will free up some time in the fall for staff to be able to implement some of the new programming that we're looking at. And it will also enhance the learning for participants in the program because we'll be able to take a little deeper dive into the financial planning and the marketing aspects of the training. So our goals moving forward are really to transition our complex time-intensive aspects of our consultative services to a fee-based model and to implement our first short-duration paid programs this year. What does that look like? So our transfer payment agreement mandates that our initial consultations are delivered as a complimentary service, and we are authorized to invoice for broader scope services beyond those initial consultations. So a hybrid service model is permitted under the agreements. A fully fee-based model is not permitted. We have identified assisted services such as business and financial planning for those small businesses who are not enrolled in our training programs. These services take extensive time and individualized focus over a series of consultations. So our goal is to price our services reasonably in alignment with what others in our small business centers network are doing to ensure that the service remains accessible. And it's important to note that these services at market prices can cost upwards of several $1,000s for assistance. We are proposing $150 for this service. And you'll see in your packages the proposed fee-based schedule under a number of different categories that we're exploring. Paid programs we have piloted in recent years. We have offered one-day paid programs, which were well embraced by the public. And we're looking at expanding these to short duration programs delivered over a few weeks, topic specific, with tangible outcomes for small business owners to walk away with. So they'll be developing strategies through these paid programs that they can then implement in their operational and marketing plans. And what we're hoping to accomplish. So we've been researching these fee-based models and paid programs in collaboration with the SBCO executive team, some of whom have already implemented these models. And the centers that we've seen who have already done this, there are about 8 of them. They all have a city center within their service region. ERC is one of a couple other centers who are also exploring these models. And we recognize that developing, launching, promoting, and engaging clients is going to take some time. At present, what we're currently doing takes 2 full-time staff to implement and deliver successfully. Thus, we do need to look at adjusting our service delivery by shifting to that single starter company cohort and opening up a bit of time in the fall to be able to accommodate our new programs and services. We are aiming for a gradual introduction of these services. Based on our calculations, we estimate we can generate about $5,000 in revenue in our launch year this year. And we're hoping as we build this out in the coming years to be able to generate between $10,000 and $20,000 annually once all of the opportunities that we are looking at are available to the public. We would like to recognize the powerful partnerships that Enterprise Renfrew County cultivates and enjoys. This is an example of our external partners, Community Futures, the City of Pembroke, Town of Renfrew, Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, the Chambers of Commerce, our Labour Market Group, Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, and many, many more. We regularly refer clients, bring these organizations in to deliver webinars and provide information, and we are grateful for these collaborations as it supports our client base in their learning. As well, Enterprise Renfrew County partners internally with a number of county departments. We work closely with our economic development team to help promote our Taste of the Valley events and refer some clients and potential businesses to participate. We refer to the home daycare program to support those who are looking from a business perspective to develop their home daycares and then connect them with the program here at the county. We refer to the planning department, and we refer directly to municipalities to support our clients accessing information on your permits and regulations and to tap into your community improvement plans. Last year, we would like to recognize our sponsors. Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation was our champion sponsor of our Starter Company Plus program. McNabb Braeside was our premier sponsor of our Summer Company program. Petawawa and Laurentian Valley were our sustainer partners, which allowed us to, again, expand the number of webinars and events we offer from maybe the one a year that our core funding would allow to, one a month to 2 to 3 a month. And then our community partners, the City of Pembroke, Petawawa, Laurentian Valley, Whitewater Region, and Greater Madawaska, whose sponsorships brought 4 Small Business Month events to your communities. We also partner with Fédération des gens d'affaires francophones de l'Ontario. They are also funded by the Ministry of Economic Development, and we are mandated to work with them. However, Enterprise Renfrew County was the first of the network to develop that relationship, and FGA is now partnering with us actively along with our CCFDC to offer our Francophone Networking Breakfast and the Francophone Entrepreneur Award each year, and that is coming March 10th if you have not yet got your tickets. We are seeking sponsors for the coming fiscal year. The sponsorship packages were made available through your January council packages, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to discuss opportunities with you. In closing, the current economic climate is challenging. From tariffs to public sector layoffs and single-income families, the need for small business guidance and support is increasing as people seek alternatives. Entrepreneurship can be a viable option, and while people have passion and skills, they often lack business knowledge. ERC fills this gap as the first point of contact, fast-tracking startup and development of growth strategies. To hear inspiring stories of our clients and the impact of our programs, please view the Enterprise Renfrew County YouTube channel. Thank you again to municipal and county council members for your dedicated efforts to advocate at Queen's Park, AMO, and Roma. This demonstrates your commitment to small businesses in Renfrew County, and ERC needs your continued support moving forward. An insightful leader recently helped me understand my why is to turn creative potential into real-world possibility. ERC staff are dedicated to delivering exceptional small business services to inspire people toward entrepreneurship, contributing to a vibrant economic landscape in Renfrew County. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Heather, and I do want to applaud you and your department for the initiatives that you're looking at taking to cover some of the funding shortfalls. Certainly have always enjoyed working with your very dedicated team, and I will open it up to questions from county councillors.
Thank you, Chair Brose.
Yes, councillor from town of Renfrew.
Thank you, and just, I don't want to echo the chair beyond saying what a great job and what a valuable asset this department is to the County of Renfrew. You mentioned 346 jobs created from 2022 to 2026, and I'm just curious, were there any lost or of that 346, just the sustainability of those? Those are the kinds of questions I think we would face. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. And through the chair to the town of Renfrew, we track jobs created through our quarterly surveys. We have not been mandated to track jobs lost. So unfortunately, that isn't a statistic that I can speak to with accuracy. We do know anecdotally that there have been some changes within our communities in terms of businesses closing and changing, but we don't have statistics on that.
Thank you. Are there, oh yes, councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Heather, I just want to say thank you so much, and just some feedback from residents that I've spoken to about some of the programs that you've offered has been very positive. So you are making a difference. Just a question on the 191 businesses that you have started in the last 3 years. Any pattern in where or the types of those startups might be? Are you noticing them all the way throughout the county, or are they concentrated in specific areas, or what types of businesses they might be?
Thank you. Another great question, and through the chair to a member from Whitewater. We track several things. So demographics is one of them. We do know that approximately 80% of the clients we are supporting are women. We have a smaller percentage of newcomers. We are supporting Indigenous businesses as well. And each year, and you'll see that in your April reports coming up, but each year I do break out how many inquiries and how many consultations are coming from each of the municipalities. And I can say with confidence we are serving municipalities across the region. Of course, the larger centers have higher numbers of people reaching out. So the City of Pembroke and each of the towns respectively do have higher percentages of folks reaching out. But again, all the municipalities are represented. And we work hard to make sure that we are reaching out equally in all the communities to ensure that people are aware of our services.
Yes, Councillor from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Heather. Always lovely to see you. I was just saying, even when you were giving us the challenges, you still sounded perky, so good on you. So one of the things that you talked about in your anticipated outcomes of revenue generation, at the end you said this will take several years to achieve that 10 to 20,000 annual. Why several years? Are you starting small, or is this just a slow uptake?
Thank you. Through the chair to the members from Boncher Valley. That's a fantastic question. And as I often coach with my business clients in terms of their business development, it doesn't make sense from a staffing perspective or a development and promotion perspective to try to do everything all at once. To build a strong foundation, it is beneficial to take a phased approach. And we are a two-person team who is still conducting the number of consultations and running our programs and offering all of these webinars and events that we do every year. So you'll see in your packages, there is a table that lists the types of services we're looking at implementing and the phased approach laid out over a series of 3 years. So we've taken the services that we know we do regularly and are approaching those first because we believe we can implement those most quickly. And we've been able to track based on our client relationship management system, which we use to extract reports that we give to the ministry each month. We know the types of consultations we're doing and the types of services that are offered in each of those consultations. So we prioritize the ones we know we're doing regularly, and built our estimates around the number of consults and the proposed fees that we've put forward in your packages. So aiming to start off, get it out into the community that this is what we're doing. We have to build out our websites. We have to build out the content that we're using. And all of that will take staff time and effort. So we've identified over about 3 years the phases that we intend to implement this approach in and build up to that maximum potential revenue generating capacity.
Yes, and Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions to Heather. Just want to acknowledge we do have the second person, as Heather mentioned, in the back of the room. So at the back we have Hillary Pankey, the program coordinator, to help out, to assist Heather in all her duties through ERC. And as you see through this presentation, it's a two-prong approach, to kind of review what ERC is doing and has done and will be doing, and also to look at that shortfall we've experienced through this budget cycle. So I think we're doing a proactive job for the 2027 budget year. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and thanks again, Heather. And I'm pleased to hear from your report that the leading role women in business are playing in Renfrew County to forward economic development. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chair Rose. Thank you, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here.
So we'll move on in our agenda. There are no communications. We'll move to consent reports. And I will just go through them quickly, and if there's any questions, please raise your hand and we will address them. We have the first one, which is the housing construction dashboard. We have, yes, Councillor from Adamson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just I note in the narrative that the numbers, the 6-year average versus 20, I'm assuming that's 2025, like that's a 31% decline in 1 year. Now, I don't know, perhaps that is part of a trend that has contributed to this. Maybe the 6-year average is actually diminished because of that number. I don't know that, but is there any meat on the bones as to what's diminishing that? Just earlier in another meeting today, where Councillor Nicholson had identified, I think these are within subdivided lots that are ready to build on, 7,000, which doesn't count the approved consent, but vacant lots. So what is standing in the way?
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. So I'm looking at this as building permits, even though it says it doesn't directly relate to building permits, is from the impact data. So there's a difference between new severances and subdivisions compared to the new builds. And I think Bruce Howarth, the manager of planning services, did an excellent job last committee talking about we do have excess lands. We have a number of lots ready to go. This is specifically to do with builds. Whether the answer to do with the trends of the actual builds, unknown at this time. We can kind of look into it to see what their what kind of maybe possibilities could be, but right now, no direct answers.
Supplementary.
Thank you, and I certainly am quite cognizant of the distinction between the buildable lots and the building, but ultimately, even at the average number, it takes 2 years to get to 1,000, and we have 7,000 buildable properties in subdivisions. So that's 14 years worth of inventory of buildable properties, and that's not counting the actual buildable properties that are as a result of the consent process. That's all I'm getting at is that this, even at 450, seems fairly anemic, and yet we're seeing a 31% decline from that number. And I'm presuming that the 450 largely are going to be housed in 2 municipalities across the way from me.
Thank you, and through you, Chairman. Maybe 3 or 4 municipalities, but yeah, so we'll look into that to see what maybe the answers could be to your question.
Yes, Councillor from Renfrew.
And just to add to my friend's comments, is it also possible to get a sense of the average range and size of the builds as well? You know, maybe it's an opportunity for some education about the market that's being purchased as opposed to the aspirational market that's being marketed. Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, then we'll go to item number 2, which is the new provincial regulation update. Number 3 is the new provincial guidelines regarding agriculture impact assessments. And number 4 is the 2025 annual report on activities in Renfrew County Forest. And I know Director Davis wanted to speak to this one, so I will turn it over to him.
Again, thank you very much. So the annual report produced by our County Forester, Lacey Rose, and you'll see Lacey at the back of the room here. So this is a great opportunity to highlight in paper and digital format the activities that we've been doing in the sense of the forestry division has been doing the past year. A great summary. You'll see in the past it started off with 1 page, 2 pages. Now we're adding up to 3 to 4 pages of the activities. things are morphing, are changing beyond just the operational portions of the forestry division. We're, through Lacey's leadership, looking at the advocacy through the biomass initiatives and things like that. So you'll see in the report, I think it's a great opportunity to even have questions, and Lacey is at the back if you want to have direct questions about this to Lacey, but a great opportunity to highlight our forestry division. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any other questions for Lacey? Councillor from Bourne Valley.
Thank you, Chair. And this isn't directly on this report, but in ag, our own Mayor Nicholson was asked by Minister Kevin Holland to join a committee, a provincial committee for forestry, and he was in Toronto yesterday for his first meeting. So yay, Neil. So Lacey, you're going to be hearing a lot more from him.
How does Mayor Nicholson get all these wonderful requests?
I said not it.
If there's no questions on the Renfrew County Forest Report, then we will move to item number 5, which is the Ontario Professional Foresters Association Annual Conference and AGM. And I know I did ask Director Davis before the meeting how the registration was going. And do you have an update, Mr. Davis?
Through Lacey, I think we're at 60%. When I say we, she's nodding her head no, 40%-ish in the sense of, oh no. Lacey, if you may, if through you, Chair, if you allow her to speak on this item.
Through you, Chair. So the maximum capacity for the conference, because it's at the Best Western Pembroke, is about 150. We currently have about 45 full conference registrants, which is better than normal for this time compared to when the conference will start. The field tour is already more than 50% sold out. So that one only can take 54 people who can fit on the bus. But I would say, surprisingly, registration is going better than we thought. It's a really hard year for the forest sector. A lot of big companies are cutting their travel budgets. So we were a little bit stressed about hosting this year, but it's happening. So hopefully we can fill it up as much as possible. Thanks for your question.
Well, that's good news, I suppose, going forward. Lacey, if you just want to stay there, because the next item is upcoming events for International Women's Day, and you're also going to be part of that event. So if you want to give us just a few details about it.
Sure, through you, Chair. I don't remember what I wrote, but there's a few things happening. Women in Wood, which is a volunteer organization that I co-founded 10 years ago, we were fortunate to receive funding from the province for that, and as a result have been doing some more events, including a webinar series. The third and final one is tomorrow, and that's a virtual webinar featuring different women in different parts of the forest sector all across Canada. And there is a event in Deep River, or Chalk River, for the Deep River International Women's Day group. That's next week. And I don't remember what the third one. Oh, there's a Canadian Forest Industry virtual summit on next Thursday. And they've been doing that for a number of years. And that's very well attended by the forestry people from all over Canada. Thank you.
You've certainly been busy and will be busy. So item number 7 is the employer information session. Item number 8 are workshops and events. Number 9 is a success story, Valley Play Empire. Item number 10 is the snowmobile television filming, and I did ask Director Davis if he would be able to send out to our other councils when some of those segments would be aired, so that we have that information and we can share with our councils and our residents.
So thank you, Chair. So I'm working with Melissa, and once we find out those scheduled dates, we'll send that out. So we are highlighting a good number of activities here in Renfrew County, so it's a good news story for sure.
Thank you, Director Davis and Melissa. And item number 11 is the Municipal Accommodation Tax Strategy Sessions. Item number 12 is the Delegated Authority, and that's the Memorandum of Understanding for the Eastern Ontario Trail Loop Project. And the partnership agreement with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation and Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The second one, number 12, the partnership with the Algonquins of Algonquins Pikwakanagan First Nations, to do with the FCM grant application that they're looking into. So I think this is a great partnership, building upon our 2016 MOU for economic development with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. A great fit for our forestry division, great fit for economic development. There's no cost to the county. And minimal staff time commitment, and that's why we did this under the delegated authority through our CAO. However, since the creation of this report, it'd be beneficial, information is that it'd be beneficial for this application if there was a resolution from committee to county council to accept this or approve this endeavor. So I'll leave it at that for now, Chair, if I may.
Thank you, and excuse me, so I do appreciate the work that the county has been doing with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. So all they're asking for then is a formal resolution from county in support of this application to FCM for tree planting grant. Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just, I know we've had this discussion before about the FCM programs. This is Growing Canada's community canopies. Is this on public property only, and parks, or how is Pikwakanagan's defining the area that they're going to do the program in?
Mr. Davis?
So when we looked at the application through them, it's going to be specifically through the reserve, but it expands through the abutting landowners or abutting municipalities, I should say. So that's why it'll benefit us. So Monaster Valley, North Welland, Wilberforce, etc. So it'll expand beyond their geographic or jurisdictional boundaries.
Councillor from Monaster Valley and then Renfrew.
So their election in Pick won't be effect. Okay, so if we just send a resolution, they will use it as perfect. Thank you.
Councillor from Renfrew.
Thank you. So somebody mentioned planting, but what I see here is a strategy as opposed to planting. And so I'm just a little curious, and it says across the region. So is it our whole region? Is it part of the land claims region? And I'm supportive of this, but when it talks about forestry and tree canopy strategy, I get a little worried because I don't want to see the debate strike up about a bylaw, tree bylaw, in some of the urban centers. So I'm a little, I'd like a little more information, or at the very minimum, be sure that our thoughts are reflected in when we're walking in the door to this.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, and thank you. And I don't think there's a concern, but again, I understand how Renfrew County works sometimes in the public realm, especially in the forestry sector. But I think overall this is a first start in the sense of a strategy to look at the forest canopy within Renfrew County, specifically again through the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan and going beyond. Again, this is just the first step of a process, and I still think it's a good news story where we can gather more information. And thank you, CAO. And again, this is just an application. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And so maybe if we could just to review this when this comes forward.
Councillor from Whitewater and then Edmiston Brumley. Councillor from Edmiston Brumley.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this. This might have been where the Councillor Emo was going. So this is in our report that it makes reference to across the region. And that was a component of Councillor Emo's question is what does Pikwakanagan perceive as the region in this strategy?
Mr. Davis.
To be clear and concise, I'd have to go circle back to make sure I understand their definition of the geographic area of this endeavor. So I'll have to get back to you.
And I think that it is important, as with Councillor Emo, I'm in support of this generally. It was much more specific when we were approached from the Public School Board with respect to the schools. I do note now that the Catholic School Board is doing the same. We probably should do a reach out to them as well. But on this one, depending on region, there are a lot of stakeholders. And I just want to be very careful what that word does signify. Thank you.
And again, through you, Chair, if I could, so looking at the actual partnership agreement within your committee package, we will have to, I guess, get the true or the clear definition of this. So it does talk about after the application is in, and hopefully the support from this committee or this council, committee and council to support this endeavor.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Sorry, just to highlight, I know that Lacey did a report to us on the 2 FCM programs, and this policy one was, I couldn't find it quickly enough here, but it describes it, gives the outline if we want to look back at it. But I'm in support of this. It just needs some more definition, but that can come after.
Any further comments, questions? So I'm just looking for a mover and a seconder to support the application. Moved by Councillor from Renfrew, seconded by Councillor from Bossier Valley. Anything further? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And then I will need a mover and a seconder that the consent reports be received as information. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Hills and seconded by Councillor from Mount Prior. Further comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we will now move to the discussion reports and resolutions. And Mr. Davis, please.
Thanks again, Chair. On page 42 of your committee package for resolutions, the proposed fee for service model for ERC, the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt Enterprise Renfrew County's proposed fee for service model with a 3-year phased-in implementation schedule for inclusion in the user fee bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Whitewater, seconded by Councillor from Headclare and Mariah. Background?
Thank you, Chair. And then as was presented by Heather, this is just a phased-in approach to look at a cost recovery model for some of the activities. So it's pretty self-explanatory during the presentation. So I think that will be the background, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just wondering if there was any concerns with the implementation of a fee schedule for all of these programs that used to be free. Is that going to limit in any way those entrepreneurs that can't afford to get the help that they need?
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. So to be clear, this does not change the fee or the program itself. This is above and beyond a typical application. So hopefully it's clear, and through what I'm telling people, items that are beyond the Starter Company Plus programs. So they want more information, more supports as they move forward along their entrepreneurship. This is what they'll provide, as you see in the costing structure.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, fully support this approach. I mean, it's the best of the worst. We've got to find a way to fund the organization to keep going, and I think this is a good progressive way to initiate that. A question from a financial perspective. I don't know if the treasurer might be able to provide information, but can lower tier municipalities assist with the funding of these types of initiatives through SIPs?
Daniel?
Through you, Chair, Enterprise Renfrew County is not an independent organization. It's just the County of Renfrew. This is just one more funding agreement. So should a lower tier wish to, they can certainly provide the county with any money that they wish to give us, and we will direct that appropriately. But I'm not sure about having a SIP program set up. I would believe no.
Supplementary, or you good? You ready to give Daniel some money?
I have a check here from NA. It's going to cover all the bill. No, it's good. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor from Adamson Brumley.
I got a pretty good windfall for property sale over in Whitewater too, I think. With respect to the overall, I cannot, like, these, while they are real fees, they are essentially nominal. I think that they're likely not to constrain or impair someone that has an aspiration towards the business, but there is an underlying question. I note in one of the earlier slides that Ms. Inwood Montrose had provided, it's talking about the stagnation of the funding, and I think that there were the province, the town of Renfrew, county of Renfrew, and city of Pembroke were the funding, and I think so I think the inference was the province is flatlined, but it was on a slide that the county funding has flatlined as well. So I'm unfamiliar with what the genesis of Enterprise Renfrew County was. I'm assuming it's through one of the provincial national economic development agencies, but that it has been languishing with funding that's from 10 years ago. Seems to have been providing substantial challenge. This is not the first agency that seems to be slowly going out of business for want of funds, but it's certainly one that we are contributing the funding towards. So what was the genesis of this, and why has there not been change to the funding?
I know I've attended 3 delegations already about increasing this funding with the 10-year lag that's taken place, but I'll turn it to Mr. Davis for any further comments.
As for the genesis, I was not here during the genesis of this entity. However, again, to echo Chair Brose's comments, we've been advocating for this flatlining and making sure that the province has heard us loud and clear. And we're not the only small business enterprise centers in Ontario facing this crunch. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic when we receive our new TPA. We're hoping to have some flexibility within the new TPA, and that's what we've been advocating. Within a new TPA agreement that we can kind of modify and move funds around within the TPA to help support our benefits and salaries line item. And maybe I don't want to put Melissa on the spot in case she has background information, or even our CIO. He's been around for a long time also. Not that long, but I don't mind maybe the CEO to make a comment, or Melissa. Again, I'm kind of looking at your body language, Melissa, to see for your historic knowledge.
Thank you, and through your chair. So the All Small Business Center Enterprise Program is delivered by the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade through the province. They developed this program about 25 years ago now, when ERC came to be, and yeah, the funding has been stagnant for the past 10. That's pretty much all I know about that, yeah.
Supplementary?
Very much appreciate that, and that's kind of what I had anticipated, but I had no firm knowledge, so I much appreciate that to Ms. Mark. But the issue for me, though, is I don't know if there's a set in stone funding agreement, because we've been a delegation of the province. Have we been a delegation to ourselves? Have we been a delegation to the town of Renfrew? Have we been a delegation to the city of Pembroke? Because there was a slide, and it was specific to the county, that the county of Renfrew's funding has been, I think, $28,000 for maybe 10 years. So
Mr. Davis.
I will make a comparison. Everyone in the room is likely aware that the province has capped what it is going to be providing to public health units. The province has not capped what municipal cost share funding partners will be contributing. So in fact, it has now got into a disproportion. I've only been off of the health unit since 2022, I believe, but I think that the apportionment of the costs of public health have swung to the obligated municipalities. So in this instance, that the province, we certainly will continue to make entreaties to the province. Economic development, particularly when they are protecting Ontario, would seem that this is right up their alley. But notwithstanding that they have been slow to pony up, why have we participated in the status quo?
Mr. Davis.
And thank you, Chair, and through you. And it is a good question. And during every budget deliberation we, the County of Renfrew, go through, one of the budget divisions is ERC. We've been looking at this line item or this budget for ERC since this is its creation. The past number of years, the pressures that I think Jeff Foss, our previous treasurer, our current treasurer Daniel has mentioned a number of times, we're pulling from, I don't want to call it a reserve account, but we're pulling from an account to top us up. And so we've talked about this. We know the end is coming. This reserve account is coming to its end 2026, 2027, and that's why we're being proactive through ERC, through Heather and Melissa and Hillary to say maybe we can kind of shorten that shortfall so we're not being pressurized too much. At any time, if County Council wants to add more money to it, we'd be happy for that, but I know the budget discussions has always happened and discussed this item. Thank you, Chair.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So while this is going on, I pulled up, this is the draft, but I don't think we made any changes to the draft for the Enterprise Center. So the actual commitment is increasing in 2026 from 28,000 to 49,000, but I'm not sure there are some elements in here. There's a recovery other that hasn't existed, this 12,000. But just on, and as it's referred to here, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burke, it talks about recoveries provincial old surplus. So I think that that's the line that Mr. Davis is talking about. So in fact, if one goes back to 2020, there was a $200,000 draw on that reserve in 2020, and then it was 32, 9, 28, and 28 over the last 2 years. And now I'm assuming that's using up the last of it, the 26,000. That is what Ms. Inwood Montrose, apologies, had suggested. So that's gone. The well is dry. So ultimately, the user fees are a stopgap measure, or perhaps not. But all I'm getting at is that it is something to sit in the room and call out the province for having stagnant funding, while we have had stagnant funding.
Mr. Davis.
I'm smirking just a little bit, not on the question, but looking at Mr. Burke to see if he has anything to add to this conversation. I know he does because he was looking at me. So if you could, through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jason. Yes, the councillor is correct that 2026 is the last year where we fully depleted that old, what we call old surplus, but under a previous iteration of this grant, the county was allowed to retain unspent portions. We built up this pool of returnable funds, and we've been slowly drawing it down over the years to help keep our contribution at the same level it originally was. While, we have acknowledged that the costs have grown and the program has grown, but the funding has not. And now, like a number of other programs, we're at this point where our program doesn't fit in the funding anymore, and what do? We're expected to start cost sharing in what should have been 100% funded program, and that's now become a property tax problem, these 100% funded programs. So not a situation specific to economic development or this grant. It's occurring in a number of areas, and we continue to face this problem and have really no choice but to either cut back our services or fund it through property tax.
Mr. Davis?
And just the idea, because we're a different cycle than the province, and sometimes we're creating a budget finalizing the budget in January. We get the TPA typically now, which we've received, and now we have to kind of modify what we think we're going to get or not get, and then modify it that way. So that creates another layer of complexities for us to budget things.
Any further questions? Councillor from Renfrew.
Just to clarify, so I've heard some conversations about further advocacy, so I just want to make sure that that's still on the books, that we're still going to advocate for the a revision of the funding arrangement between the county, the town, the city, as a partnership. Okay, thank you.
Councillor from Edmonton Bromley.
Just to not leave this dangling where it seems to be, and our budget is approved for 2026, but perhaps this is something that can be worked on as the budget is being developed commencing in September for 2027, is an examination of no longer waiting on the province to change, but recognizing that whether we like it or not, this gap has been created, and not by default, but by motion, decide whether we are going to step up to the plate or not. When Mr. Burke is talking about the erosion of value, because this is in my lexicon, I am required professionally to say that the change in the property tax, farm property tax program is costing the County of Renfrew over $2 million in revenue a year. So we are seeing that there in some pretty real dollars.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that's carried. And then we'll move to the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association draft budget. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Page 43 of your printed copies. The recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council approve the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association draft 2026 budget as presented.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Greater Madawaska, seconded by Councillor from Madawaska Valley. Background?
Thank you, Chair. And in your committee package, you'll see the budget presentation or the budget discussion document, which compares 2025 and 2026. And one of the biggest highlights to highlight to you in this budget document is the 2026 $100,000 pulling from reserves for a destination management plan. We are utilizing, or they are utilizing their reserves to do items that they deem fit from their budget. So I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions? Councillor from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much. And perhaps Mr. Davis had anticipated my question. It's kind of similar to the last issue that we just dealt with. So per this, the 2025 budget was a draw of $108,000 on reserves. 2026 is proposed to be $134,000. What is the status of the reserves? These are pretty substantial draws to balance the books, if you will, and I'm wondering how long that might endure.
Mr. Davis?
Looking in the future, it'd be a challenge. After this calendar year and looking at the notes that Melissa has given me in preparation for this discussion item, at the end of this year, we'll be down to about $30,000 to $40,000 in reserves. Looking then, the board will have to decide. The board, we have two elected officials here that are part of the OVTA board. We'll have to make the decision what those reserves will be used for. We're just starting the MAT implementation for the city of Pembroke and Petawawa. And also, I think the board is looking at maybe going back to trade shows also. So a lot of items on the plate for OVTA board, and hopefully that answered your question.
Supplementary.
It mostly does, but if I understood the preamble, I think that the suggestion was that perhaps in both 25 and 26, they're what I'm going to refer to as special projects. that were the draws. But if in fact, by the time we get to the end of 2026, there's only 5 digits left, and it's a relatively small 5 digits at 30K, let's suppose, there is no real wiggle room for any special projects. Now, that should not then impair general operations if in fact these have been funding special initiatives, but the well is going dry.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the well's going dry for a number of departments and divisions, and this is another one. We're utilizing, or they're utilizing it through the board direction, what they want to utilize these reserves for, and one of these is the destination marketing plan. So I think it's money well used, and I think that's why we have a board of OVTA to make those decisions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. When I was looking through here, I just noticed the amounts that are coming from Pembroke and Petawawa. That's like $300,000 for that MAT tax, and that represents, I think you mentioned 6 months worth of, or more than that. Okay, I'm getting the look, so more than 6 months. But I noticed that they're recognized both as revenues and expenses. Is that because they in themselves have their own sub budgets because they have to be spent specifically in those communities? Is that correct?
Through
Mr. Davis?
Through you, Chair, so that's exactly what it is. So a MAT tax being collected by those municipalities then have to be expended directly for those municipalities within those municipalities. We do have the partnership and agreement with those municipalities as OVTA has the tools to do this, and they can go beyond their jurisdictional borders, but typically it's really marketing for themselves within themselves.
Good. And sorry.
Supplementary.
Thank you. And again, I'm just getting appreciation for the number of hotel rooms booked in these two communities. The percentage difference between Pembroke and Petawawa is what? Because it's almost double in Pembroke for hotels. Is there 3% for Pembroke and 4 for Pet? Is that what it is, or the opposite? Okay. So there, either way, regardless, Pembroke has far more hotel bookings than Petawawa does, just based on these numbers. Almost double. Okay, good, thank you.
And I imagine it's safe to assume that Pembroke has more available rooms as well, correct? I'm getting a nod, yes.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So I will need a recommendation then on the discussion reports as a whole. Do I have moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Head, Clare and Mariah. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no verbal reports, but we do have a closed session that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reasons. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or a territory or a crown agency of any of them. And it's in regards to Taminico mine site. So do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from McNabb-Braeside, seconded by Councillor from Pontchartrain Valley, that we will go into closed at 3:03 p.m. Thank you, Tina. For those watching, we are back in open, and I have a recommendation that I will ask Mr. Davis to read.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommend that County Council support the Township of Whitewater Region's request that the County of Renfrew assume a lead role in advancing the Crown land submission and acquisition process of approximately 90 acres to enable industrial growth, and further that County Council direct staff to lead the regional promotion and marketing of the subject lands, including the associated critical mineral deposit, in support of long-term economic development across the county.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And I have a mover from Boncher Valley, seconded by Madawaska Valley. Comments? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Chair?
Oh,
Perhaps maybe we should make some comments just to ensure that our viewers and the public hear a little more about this.
okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think he meant him.
So what I can dimly recall from my memory is that the proposal is to create a Phase 3 park, industrial park, a level Class 3 industrial park at the old site of a mine adjacent to Magellan in Whitewater Township. The idea has significant and considerable merit to our community as a whole, and as you consider that critical minerals are very important to Canada and the world at this point, and the magnesium underground, which is significant enough in size and purity that it's going to be wanted by the world market. The site itself is ideal, as it has been used previously as an industrial site, and it has all of the infrastructure amenities that are required with natural gas, power, the roadway, the road network close by. And then you take a look at the advancement of Highway 417 to just past Renfrew, which then allows shipment to other parts of Canada, but also internationally. So it's a very significant project that needs to be promoted actively and aggressively. It also needs to resonate with the province of Ontario. And congratulations to Whitewater for bringing it from its infancy and recognizing that it needed more support and a more forceful presentation. So I think this is a really good news story when people are talking about what are you going to do to promote the area, what are you going to do to enhance the area, what are you going to do to bring in future employment. The answer right now, as a primary focus for the county, is this project. And it makes a great deal of sense at the right time. But, I think today also serves notice to the province of Ontario and the federal government. They need to realistically look at how this could be achieved and to be successful, and to ensure that they invest time, effort, and innovation in it. So, congratulations to Whitewater, and then also to the County of Renfrew for taking us on.
Thank you. Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much. I want to pick up on Councillor Emo's comments vis-a-vis the right time, because I think that there's been quite a number of projects, languishing may be too strong a word, but I think that it is very timely. Every day you will see that the provincial government is protecting Ontario. You'll see the same thing from the national government. I don't know what the branding is from the federal government. These are of a piece absolutely with the policy priorities of both the provincial and federal governments. Now is the time to be doing this. I think it's also important to underscore that there are two distinct yet parallel opportunities being discussed here. One is a magnesium mine that was in operation for quite a number of years and a large employer in our community, and certainly in Whitewater region as well. But in fact, there is also the element that is the Class 3 industrial park. And while there is synergy between the two of them, they can both be advanced as distinct. The one is not dependent on the other. And I think it is important at all times to keep in mind that there are parallel paths that should be advanced at the same time, but they may not end in the same spot, but they are two distinct elements to this proposal.
Thank you. And Councillor from Madawaska Valley.
Yes, I'm quite excited, very excited. As a former employee of Crumasco back in the 70s, I'm so glad that the word magnesium is being put out on this table. It was a pleasure to support the motion. And no, I think everything is so positive right at this moment. And so there you go. And, you know, if you're talking about employment, it was one of the places that you could get work, no matter where you lived in Renfrew County. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? So seeing none, we have had the vote. I will move on to new or other business. And Director Davis, you had something that you wanted to speak about? Oh, we didn't vote? Oh, I am sorry. I thought we had. So I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Evelyn and Connie. And, sorry, member from Greater Madawaska. Okay. I will recognize you after Director Davis.
Well, we'll promote a couple things then. Thank you, Chair. So what you saw, or hopefully you see in front of you, handed out by our Manager of Economic Development, Melissa Marquardt, 3 items, 2 maps, and a new promotional item of a disposable washcloth. So one of these things, yes, reusable, disposable, reusable up to 12 months you can reuse this for. So and biodegradable. So a good news story. So please promote these as you move forward in your environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Mr. Davis took half of what I was going to talk about was the Ottawa Valley maps and cycling map. But the other part is I wanted to thank the Economic Development team for supplying us with Stuff magazine made and built in Eastern Ontario for the article about the Renfrew County's new advanced GIS mapping and puts every industrial and commercial property at your fingertips. I just wanted to bring that forward and thank Melissa and her team for all the good work and the article in there. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Always great to see Renfrew County in some publication or on some map. So really appreciated. If there's no other new or other business, then I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Moved by Town of Renfrew, seconded by Head Claire and Mariah. Discussion, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much.